Congratulations, all the race winners this weekend.
No middleman, no mark.
When it's time to ball. We back in the field. We ready, it's time. It's nothing but hustle inside of the huddle. You know that I grind. A dangerous mind, a weapon of choice when pushing the line. Go overtime and I won't break when it's crunch time. My end game is number one. Bet it all, give me my cash. Supreme game, can't stop it. Take off like a rocket. Break your back, don't bend mine. I'm the one now, you can't hide. Legendary like legacy. This is our moment, our time. This is our moment. This is our time. Time is now. It's time to rise. This is our moment. This is our time. The time is now. It's time to rise. Yeah. Coming for glory. We ready for war. The city's behind us. We giving you more. We ready whenever. The world is watching. The time is now. No other option. No other way. Play to win the way that we play. Destined for greatness, born to be great, ahead of the game. In front of the pack, leading the way, it's time to reign. The kingdom's here, this is our year. Been to the bottom, ain't nothing to fear, we running the game. Rushing the field, for every yard, on every play. Nobody's safe, rise when we fall, but never stay down. The champs is here, doing it for the 10. This is our moment, this is our time. The time is now, it's time to rise. This is our moment, this is our time. Time is now, time to rise. It's time to rise. This is our time. It's our moment. It's our time. Feet in the dirt, nose to the grind. Like the crack of dawn, you can't stop the shine. Moment after moment, day after day. It's our time. Lock and loaded, it's time for war. Ha! Tear it down, kick in the door. Yeah, I want it all, give me some more. Ha! I want it all, give me some more. I want it all, give me some more. Yeah. Kill them all, it's time for war. It's time for war. Like pandemonium, I set it off. Sacrifice, I bear the cross. Legendary, I'm a big dog. Hard knock on the front line. Pure blood, my bloodline. Headshots the first time. My aim good, bullseye. Warfare. Don't play fair, don't play fair. You not sure? Don't go there, I'm right here. No fear, I'm ready to go at top speed. No brick wall can block me. No army can stop me. Yeah, I want it all and I can't lose. I came far and I won't stop. This my time, I pay dues. Yeah, it's wartime and I won't retreat. I want it all, give me some more. I kill them all, won't taste defeat. Nah. Now bow down at the king's feet. This time for war. I want it
Good evening, everybody. I want to thank everybody being here at Heart of Texas Speedway, the final night for the Fall Classic 2022. As always, we'll go over a few rules. I do have some shirts. I have some caps from Little Stitches. Yeah, we got some shirts and some caps we'll be handing out throughout the night. Colin Bell back with me tonight. Thanks, buddy, for being here. It's a lot easier when you're not solo, I promise. You know that, I'm sure. Gonna just roll the track in just a little bit more. Got about 6 minutes till kickoff. Getting all the red tape out of the way. Remember, once we get up in green flag racing, let's stay off that front fence. We don't want anybody hurt. We don't want anything thrown up in the stands and you hurt. So stay off of that front fence if you would. Also, if you rented a chair from us, be sure to return that chair back to its starting spot. That way we don't have to come throughout the middle of the night and pick everything up. And also throughout the facility is plenty of trash receptacles. Do us a favor. Let's get that trash in those receptacles and not on the ground. Again, that helps us throughout the week. We're able to work on the racetrack and not clean up the trash. So that helps us out throughout the week. Colin, you had a little basketball practice this morning, huh?
Oh yeah, we were scheduled for a 2-a-day and had a good one this morning.
So we just called it a 1-a-day.
Yeah.
Perfect.
1-a-day for men's basketball.
I bet the kiddos or the athletes like that, right? You're supposed to have 2 and now you only got 1.
Oh yeah, they all went right back to sleep.
Oh, okay, 10-4. Get it closer to the mouth. Maybe I'll turn it up. So keep talking a little bit.
So like Joe said, I am Colin Bell. It was a pleasure to be here last night, and I'm thrilled to be back again tonight. And here for the second night of the 25th Annual Fall Classic here at the Heart of Texas Speedway. $2,000 to win for all 5 divisions that raced last night, and we're joined with a full program from the Junior Limiteds here at the Heart of Texas Speedway, as we have 182 cars entered tonight. And we'll narrow all those classes down, and we'll battle for 20 laps, $2,000 to win in the Outlaw Street Stocks, the IMCA stock cars, the IMCA Modifieds, the factory stocks, and the IMCA Southern Sport mods. And we will also have the feature for the Junior Limiteds. So working the track in just a little bit more before we get started with opening ceremonies. And then we'll go into the last chance qualifiers for the Southern Sport mods to kick off the night.
Each of the classes will have 2 last chance qualifiers except for your factory stocks, and they will have 3 of them. In the ones with 2, they will take the top 8 out of each one. That'll give us 16, along with last night's 8 that are already qualified, and that'll give us 24 total. In the factory stocks, we'll be taking the top 5, I believe it is. That'll give us 15. We had 9 last night qualified, and that'll give us, again, 24 in the factory stocks. So looking to be some really good racing tonight. We're going to work the track just a little bit, try to get us a much better racing surface and something to work with for those drivers. So just a few minutes. We're going to start about 7:10 tonight. We'll get kicked off. They're going to roll that bottom in. You see David Good out there on the Volvo. Going to work it in with the grader, with the blade, and see if we can get a little better track, something to work with. So see how that works out. Here comes the old Nighttime Express. That's a 658 Express. Down the back straight away. Colin, what do you got off for the off season? Once we get done with racing, what do you do? What do you do for fun? Where do you hang out? I know you coach basketball.
Yeah, that's pretty much about it.
That takes up all your time.
Yeah, there's a lot more racing to go around here in the next few weeks, but how much I'm going to be able to make, who knows? I'll probably be at the Devil's Bowl Speedway next week to watch. Mentioned last night the Cajun Swing. Sucks, I announced for that series, but I'm probably going to miss all 5 nights of that because we play basketball on just about every one of them. So
that real job getting in the way of your fun job, huh?
Oh yeah, so. We'll be all over the place. We'll be up in your area a little bit. We'll play in Tishomingo, Oklahoma.
Oh, okay.
The first night of the swing, we'll be staying in Enid, Oklahoma. Then we'll play the next night, and then we've got 2 games in Plano, and then we go to Mississippi the next day. So,
jeez, that's a lot of traveling.
Oh yeah, 5 games in 7 days. So.
Reminds me of some of our old racing trips. You know, we'd get in the truck and load up the race car, and we'd race 7 tracks in 7 days or something like that. 7 tracks in 10 days up through Nebraska and up into Iowa, Vinton, Iowa, and Boone, and Marshalltown, and Stewart. Just back in the good old days. We're not quite that mad at it anymore. We just kind of show up and sit behind a microphone a little bit. So, but got a few minutes. If you need something to eat or drink or need to take a little pause for the cause, now would be the time to do it.
So we'd like to Scott, sorry.
No, I was just saying David Good says he thinks he's done on the bottom side down there, so he's going to take the grader on off. We're going to roll that bottom in, get the wrecker out there and roll it in. A little bit later, we'll get into the last chance qualifiers, and then at intermission, we will have a trick or treat on the front straightaway with the kiddos, and we'll also have a costume contest for the kiddos and adults, I guess. Pastor Jim, did you bring your costume this week? You just dressed up as a chaplain. Yeah. Well, we appreciate you being here. Missed you last night. Your grandson had a football game, I guess, right? So missed you last night. Good racing last night all across the track. They worked at an intermission and seemed to really bring the track in. It wasn't just top dominant or bottom dominant. They were slicing and dicing all throughout the field and pretty clean racing for the most part.
So we'd like to welcome everyone who's watching on raceontexas.com here live from the 25th Annual Fall Classic here at the Heart of Texas Speedway. Again, we got Joe Spillman, the announcer here at the Heart of Texas Speedway. I am Colin Bell. Glad to be up here accompanying Joe as he invited me up here for this weekend. So
hey, I need all the help I can get, buddy.
Just a last-minute deal. So here we are. And he practically begged me to come back today, so I did.
I did. I pretty much did. So, by the way, a little earlier tonight in the pits, Tyler Varnsdale and Ashley Huffman got married in the pits. That is some dedicated racers right there. The 99T, the factory stock. So congratulations to those two, and hopefully many, many years of blissful marriage. And why not do it with your friends at the racetrack, I guess. So congrats to those two kiddos. All right, let's get this little show on the road. Your order of events tonight is going to be the Southern Sport Mods, the Street Stocks, as Modifieds, Junior Limiteds, the Stock Cars, and then the Factory Stocks. So as we always do here at Heart of Texas Speedway, we want to take a moment. We want to thank those men and women that have served and made this the best country that we could imagine living in. If without those men and women, we could not do what we get to do for fun and have the liberties that we do. So if you've served in any branch of the military, let's stand up and give you a huge, huge round of applause. Thank y'all very much. Frontline workers, tow truck drivers, ambulance drivers, the policemen, the firemen, and ladies, keep us safe driving down I-35 every day. Let's stand up and thank y'all. Take a second now. We're going to remember those prisoners of war and the missing in action, the ones that never made it back, the families that never got their closures, and that sacrifice and that dedication that they had, and again, making this the best country we could imagine. And when we think of how bad it is sometimes, there's always somebody somewhere that's a lot worse off. So thank y'all for that, the families that made that dedication and that sacrifice. Now, Pastor Jim, if you'll stand, remove your cover, remove your hat, so Pastor Jim will lead us in an opening prayer.
Thank you, Joe. Let's pray. Father in heaven, thank you for your love. Thank you for your presence. And Lord, as we begin tonight, I lift up these drivers and ask for watch, care, and safety over each one tonight. I ask you to watch over each person, each family member up there in the pits and their pit crews. Lord, thank you for these fans. And I just lift each one of them up, each family represented here tonight. Lord, I just ask for blessings of health and prosperity. Lord, thank you for our veterans, for the men and women that fought for the freedoms that we have, and for the ones that are currently protecting those freedoms, the ones abroad and here as well. Lord, I just ask for a special blessing for each one of them and their families. And thank you for their sacrifices and their brave hearts. Lord, thank you for the Heart of Texas Speedway staff, and I ask for watch, care, and safety over them. And Lord, thank you most of all for sending your Son to die for us, so that we may come to know you and the joy of being your child. And all this will praise and glorify you. For us in his holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. And if you'll turn your attention to that center, Stars and Stripes, Miss Sarah Spillman with the Star Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Rolling out on the racetrack now will be our first last chance qualifier, and this is going to be for your IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Once again, it'll be 12 laps. My race pass has it as 15, but in the driver's meeting, Selby said there's going to be 12 laps. We'll be taking the top 8, moving those into the A main.
Looks like we got one more car to hot lap real quick, and then we'll get started and kick off the final night, night number 2 of the 25th Annual Fall Classic here from the heart of Texas Speedway. And like Joe said, we're going to start with the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. That's where we're going to whittle that field down from 36 down to 24.
Out on the racetrack now is one of your junior limiteds. That's one of the stars of tomorrow. Kiddos from, I believe it is 11 to 17, I believe is what it is. Essentially, we take a sport mod, we take the spoiler off of it, change the carburetor, put a chip in it. Try to limit them, slow them down a little bit, but let them get some seat time behind what I would say is a real race car. You know, back in the day, we had those Pintos and the mini stocks, and they just handle so much different than what they end up going to. So this is, in my mind, a very good class. We actually have a driving school that we do. I put it on usually early in February, kind of teach them what the flags are, how the starts go, and kind of help them out with that. And it's not only for the kiddos, it's for any rookies that want to come to it. It's free. I end up getting enough sponsorship to cover everything, so it's free to those kiddos. And did it last year, had, I don't know, 30, 40 people there. It turned out pretty good. So, all right, here we go. Up on the front row, Chris Florio for Coppers Cove, and on the outside of it, 58, that is Sid, the kid, Kiffin.
Inside of row number 2 in the Express race car number 07G, that's going to be Walter Hamilton, and to his outside, Joel Garcia in the 23.
Inside row number 3, that's going to be Rowdy Hull in the 54H, and the outside, Corbin Willett in the 3. Corbin Willett, one of the kids from last year, ended up running neck and neck with Trevor Cogburn, and now up in the IMCA Sport Mods.
Inside of row number 4, it's going to be the 43 of Caden Petty, and to his outside, David Lackey in 45L.
Inside row number 5, Garrett Rawls from Waco, Texas, and the outside, Colton Kill from Anna, Texas.
Inside of row number 6, it's going to be the 090, that's Nathan Northcutt, and to his outside is Cody Smith in the 25C. Cody's not out there tonight.
And I heard him calling for him on over the loudspeaker to see if he was here, so he may have headed to the house. Tony Walton from Red Oak, Texas will start shotgun on the field in the 31W.
So we're going to be taking the top 8 out of this one, and they will advance to the A main tonight. So 11 cars, so 3 of these guys will be done after these 12 laps, and 8 of them will advance to compete for $2,000 later tonight. And it's time for the first green flag of the night.
Chris Florio on the inside and Sid Kiffin up on the top side. Down through 3 and 4, down the front straightaway. Green flag in the air for David Sis. Sid Kiffin with a very good start. Pulls the field by about 2 car lengths. Through the middle of 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway, it's going to be Sid Kiffin, Florio, followed by the 23 of Joel Garcia.
So Kiffin's right in the top, as are most of the cars right now, as the moisture is at the top of the speedway. The 58 of Kiffin trying to leave the field here early and book himself into a 9th place starting spot later in the A.
You can see the 54. What happens is the bottom of the racetrack still has a lot of slime, a lot of moisture in the very bottom. The cars won't turn, it won't rotate down there, and it's pushing them up straight up the hill. Everybody working the top side. We're going to see if we can get the track worked in on the bottom a little bit, so we get a little better racing surface. Very green track, but it's going to be Sid Kiffin, followed by Chris Florio, Joel Garcia, Walter Hamilton, Corbin Willett, Colton Kill, Rowdy Hull, Nathan Northcutt. That'll be your top 8. Caden Petty in the 43.
Problems for the 23 of Joel Garcia as he ends up in the front straightaway wall there in that Express Racing chassis, number 23. Did not see what the contact was, but he hit the front straightaway wall with severe contact there.
Pastor Jim said he had a little help. Said somebody coming from the bottom side and skated up into him.
There is damage on the right rear of the 07G. Not sure if that may have been the culprit there between the contact.
They were running 3rd and 4th, so.
And didn't see it, so I'm not going to guarantee that's what happened, but
correct.
There's some evidence. So it looks like that will end the night for Garcia. And that will move the 43 of Caden Petty into the 8th and final transfer spot here. 2 laps down, 10 laps to go.
Garrett Rawl, the 4G. Lost the drive shaft, Pastor Jim said.
Well, you need that.
Well, it's a pretty important part of the race cars. It's kind of a necessity. Keep an eye on the 4G, Garrett Rawls. Lots and lots of laps here. See if he starts making his move up. Only 2 laps down. We still got 10 to go. See if Garrett can work his way up into that transfer position and hopefully even a little further up. Yeah. Right rear got some substantial damage to it. Selby Holder getting them to roll that bottom in while we got a few pace laps here. Let's get them down on the bottom, see if we can work some of that moisture out. Longhorns had a hard loss today, huh? Up in Oklahoma.
Yeah, that one hurts, Joe.
Yeah, I listened to it. I was driving. I listened to the first half, and heck, it sounded, they were driving the ball. They just too many mistakes, too much.
Yeah, a lot of penalties, a lot of incomplete passes, and no penalties on Oklahoma State. And that all adds up to hurt.
Yeah.
Can't beat a good team with that many incompletions and that many penalties.
No. But back to racing, what they pay us to do. We get paid tens of dollars.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, it's tens. My wife says, "Are you going up to Waco again?" I was like, "Yeah, babe, I got to go make tens of dollars."
It ain't too bad a gig.
That's what I tell people. I get to sit around and talk to my friends, have an occasional cold beverage, and watch racing all night long.
Yeah. In my opinion, if it doesn't cost me money to come, I'll still be there.
Yeah.
As long as I can break even.
Yeah.
So Garcia has left the Speedway, and now we got 10 cars to whittle down to 8. And those 8 will advance to compete later on tonight in the 25th annual Fall Classic finale for the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. So Kiffin has the race lead. He's been in control so far. We're going to see how things shake up as everybody was fighting for the top side. Now that we go side by side, we'll see if anyone adventures towards the middle or perhaps the bottom.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I was like, I'm sure Florio's going to take the top side. Keep an eye on the 07G. If in fact earlier he did kind of skate up a little bit, let's hopefully he lets Florio get by before it happens again. Let's see. Lights will be going out here at Hardtech Speedway. Once that light goes out, the leader can take off at any given moment from there all the way to the exiting 4. That's his choice. That's his right. He's earned it at the front side.
So the green flag waves, and Florio goes to the top side. Hamilton will follow. As the 3 machine, that's Willett, the one car trying to venture a little bit lower than the rest.
Sid, the kid, Kiffin, through the middle of the racetrack. Line is moving down just a little bit, but it's still up on the top shelf. It's going to be Sid Kiffin, Chris Florio, Walter Hamilton in the 07G, and then 12K of Colton Kill.
So the 8th and final transfer spot has changed as Garrett Rolls got around and Caden Petty for the 8th and final spot. Now he's going after 7th with Rowdy Hull as Petty has problems on the front straightaway. Looks like he just got a little bit loose. So Kiffin continues to lead, followed by Florio, Hamilton, Keel, and Willett are your top 5 cars halfway down this time.
Colton Rawls Garrett Rawls wants to get by, but he's also smart enough to know he's in a transfer spot. He's not going to risk tearing his car up or anybody else's for that matter. And that 8th and final transfer spot is Garrett Rawls in the 4G.
Kiffin and Florio have distanced themselves away from the battle for 3rd. That's Hamilton and Keel who go at it for 3rd and 4th. And your final top 5 are still summed up by Willett. As here goes Kiffin, he'll get around the 45L of Lackey and put one car between himself and Florio as there's 4 to go this time.
Sid Kiffin had to use a chrome horn there just a little bit. Garrett Rawls now going to dive it down underneath the 54L and see if he can, but it's just not enough traction down there. Not enough bite or drive in the racetrack yet to make it work. He can get in and get under him, but he just can't make it work and get off and get out of the corner and to make that pass clean. 2 flags in the air this time. 2 to go.
Kiffin's going to see 2 to go. He's going to have to deal with Petty before he gets there. He's going to clear him on the inside. Florio at second as Hamilton collides with Lackey. And he's going to get some significant rear end damage there in the 07G, trying to stay on the gas and keep moving. As the rear end may be broken there in the 07G. As he will come to a stop, and we're going to have a green light checkered restart to figure out which 8 cars will advance to the A main later tonight.
Well, there's only 9 left.
And oh, excuse me, that's the track official.
I thought that earlier. I was like, oh, he's out. He's
now
not
he's
happy.
coming out.
So.
Got the helmet off. And looks like that will end the racing action tonight for the 07G of Walter Hamilton and the Smiley's Racing Products Express race car number 07G right there.
Hamilton does not look very happy. Not real sure what happened. I did not catch any of that.
So the 07G will be assisted off the speedway by the Hardo, Texas Speedway record crew here. And that will give the 43 of Caden Petty the 8th and final transfer spot back, as we'll only have the 45L of Lackey sitting 1 spot out. See if he can make his way into a 20-lap feature later tonight.
And I believe Lackey is lapped, though, so it'll be pretty tough. He's going to have to go to the tail of the field and then have to pass everybody to get back on that lead lap. Because...
yeah, Petty does benefit from that lap not being scored, as he was lapped by the leader, Kiffin, but I don't believe we got enough past the line to score it. So he's going to get that Monopoly get-out-of-jail-free card. As we've lost another car, I believe. There's only 8 out there now.
There's 9. There's 9. There was 1 hiding.
I'm still counting 8 here,
1, 2,
Joe.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, there is 8. I don't know how I was making up extra
So
cars.
Petty is still out there.
Yeah.
The 12 of Keel is missing.
Ah.
So Colton Keel has left the speedway in the white and blue number 12, as we're having some issues as the drivers negotiate their restart position here.
Here comes Cornbread. You tell him, son.
Well, at this point, they're all in the show, so they're just racing for starting position. Bit of a language barrier here.
Yeah.
Not getting the, not comprehending the charades.
The sign language. As you said, they are all in the show, so now it's just slicing and dicing for that starting position. This will be your inside row in the A main from 9th on back.
So every spot in this last chance qualifier, or B main, whatever you prefer, translates to 2 positions in the A main.
That's right.
So drivers still have a little bit here to fight for with 2 laps to go.
I'm assuming green, white, checkered.
So we're going to take these 8 and we'll get 8 more from the second B main. And that will create our 24 car field for the IMCA Southern Sport Mods.
I'm still confused how it's counting 9 cars. I counted like 4 times. I think it's the water.
So you're drinking water tonight?
Yeah. That's what happens when I change it up and I start drinking water. Sid, the kid Kiffin, will be getting a white flag in your last chance qualifier number 1. Going to be Sid Kiffin, followed by Chris Florio, Corbin Willett, Randy Hall, Nathan Northcutt, Garrett Rawls, Colton Keel is not out there, I believe.
So Hull is really a car that has benefited from those two leaving, as he's going to jump from 6th to 4th. As Kiffin wins it, Florio 2nd. 3rd goes to Willett. 4th is Hull. And your top 5 is rounded out by the 090 of Northcutt. So as I was saying, Rowdy Hull got 2 free spots there, which translates to 4 free spots in the A main.
In A, that's
so
right.
he's definitely the benefactor there, the tough luck for the 07G and the 12, as those will be your 8 advancing cars from B main number 1 of the Southern Sport Mods.
B main number 2. Lineup looks like this on the pole. The 54T of Mason Day. In the outside, that's big brother Paul White in the P1.
Inside of row number 2 out of Belton, Texas, the 778, excuse me, that is Jason Hubert Sr., and his outside the 20 of Terry Pritchett.
Inside row number 3, the 601, that's Little Nasty Trevor Cockburn. In the outside, that's Don Painter in the 10D.
Inside of row number 4, it's going to be Taylor Florio in the 21T, and to her outside, Tyler Muirhead in the 31 machine, sponsored by Muirhead Motorsports.
Inside row number 5, the 329 of Trey Vota. On the outside, the 4T of Matt Rust.
Inside of row number 6, that's going to be the 00K of Oliver Billingsley, and his outside Aaron Patterson in the 2 out of Abilene.
Last row shotgun on the field, the 9 of Jonathan Beard, and the outside, the 41 of Frank Lackey.
So Lackey's a new arrival tonight, so we'll see how he can work his way from the rear. He's going to start 14th, trying to make his way into the top 8.
Lackey races here just about every week with us at Heart of Texas. Dedicated racer here week in and week out. Paul White, see if he gets another good start, just like Sid Kiffin did in the previous last chance qualifier. Lights are out. We're going to go green this time. 12 laps.
Much better start from your inside pole sitter that time as we go green. And never mind, no, we don't. He got too good a start.
It was just a little bit too good of a start there by Mason Day, and Paul White could have pushed it. But he's smart enough to know, you know what, I'll just wait. I'm not going to wreck everybody. Lights are out again. We're going to try it one more time.
Oh, Day not giving much space there to White on the outside. Contact on the original start. Paul White's going to take the early race advantage, followed by the 20. Excuse me, that's the 20 of Pritchett sitting in the 2nd spot as the caution flag waves.
There was a big mass gaggle of cars down the back straightaway, right, coming through 1 and 2. I don't know if they're going to try to restart this deal again. There was that initial contact between Day and Paul White. I was afraid it might have cut one of their tires down or something, but
I think Day's trying to start a little bit too much on the top. Oh, we're going to send both of them back a row. I like it.
you got 2 shots, drivers.
Ooh, that one's not much cleaner as they're rubbing all over each other.
Nobody wants that bottom side. Hubert skates it up and takes that spot in front of Paul White, but nobody wants to get down on the bottom of the racetrack. It's so slimy. Lackey with a good run down the back straightaway, a little bumping and grinding, but Lackey picks up 3 positions.
So Pritchett has a race lead, followed by Hubert, White, Day, and Painter, your top 5 after 2 circuits. Should have 10 to go. Running order remains the same with Muirhead in the 6th spot. 7th is Cogburn, 8th is Rust, as the distance between the 8th and 9th place cars continues to grow.
Taylor Florio falling back now a little bit. She's going to have to do something to get up in the front and pass at least 1 car to make the big A main. But it's still going to be Terry Pritchett out front, followed by Jason Hubert Sr., Paul White in the P1, the 54T of Mason Day. Day now diving underneath Paul White. Thinks a little better of it, lifts up and lets Paul go. Down the back straight, front straight away through 1 and 2. It is still going to be Pritchett. Pritchett pulling the field by about 3 car lengths. Hubert following suit, playing chase.
Track is very fast right now as Day going to put the bumper to White. White still has the 3rd spot as the top 2 distancing themselves away, Pritchett and Hubert Sr. As Hubert Sr. starting to close in a little bit on the 20 of Terry Pritchett as your top 8 remain the same.
I'm pretty sure sure Paul White thinks, man, Mason Day, you've hit every corner of my race car from the initial start, and now we're racing hard.
Ogburn and Muirhead go side by side momentarily, but Muirhead going to be able to hold him off for the 6th spot. Both of them in transfer spots, so they don't need to race too hard. Like I said, the track is extremely fast, so decisions being made extremely quickly here. As Cogburn goes around the 31 of Muirhead, and now here comes the 14 of Rust trying to get by him as well.
Cogburn with a little bit of a bonsai move up on the top side. Usually you say bonsai, they're driving down underneath them, but up around the top side of Muirhead and made it look smooth. That kid is really, really coming along in his IMCA support mod. Last year's junior limited point winner, and this year jumping up into the IMCA Sport Mod. So a couple of wins, one over at Kennedale a couple of times, and here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Out front is still going to be Terry Pritchett, Jason Hubert Sr., Paul White, Mason Day will be your top 4.
Got one in the front straightaway wall. Aaron Patterson, the 2, gets into the front straightaway wall. May have cut a tire down right there. As there's 2 laps to go, Lackey going to throw a hammer into him. And there's going to be some debris left there in the top of turn number 4. And we may have some retribution here in turn number 1.
Oh, he missed.
He attempted it. Caution flag waves, and now he gets to catch up to him.
He's got a right rear flat, and something broke. I think must have broke a trailing arm. You can see the sparks flying off that race car. I think he must have broke a trailing arm when he got into that wall. We got some debris up in the middle of 3 and 4. Let's see. He's not ready to go off yet.
It's like that scene from Cars where he says, "Don't take me out, coach. I can still race."
I can still get it done. Here he comes. He's going to have a heart-to-heart with Lackey. Lackey almost hit the 4-wheeler.
Might have been looking the wrong direction.
Yeah, he might have been distracted a little bit by the 2.
Definitely has a right rear flat there on the 2, and now he's going to head to the pits, and that will conclude the night for Aaron Patterson. As the battle for 3rd has been extremely tight the whole time, Mason Day playing it really close to getting into the P1 at White.
Yeah.
As, he's been a few inches away from dumping both of those cars, I believe, but been able to keep it off him for the most part. Slight contact, but Rubbin's racing.
Yeah, this racetrack's a little forgiving. It's got enough moisture, enough bite in it that it's not like when it's dry slick and you just spin them out. You know, that it'll give them some side bite and let them catch up with their cars. But I'm sure Paul White's, I don't know, he's pretty cool-headed. You know, he's not a big hothead, but.
So there is some heavy damage to the front end of Rust's car as he holds the 8th and final transfer. Taylor Florio right behind him should start to his outside here. We'll see if the aerodynamics of the 4T may be affected by the heavy damage there on the front nose of that 4T.
I wonder a little bit if that top line is going to have any kind of a. Earlier on, you know, when the ones were on the bottom, they were just getting freight trained, just they had nothing to work with. But 10 laps down should be a green-white checker. Been a good race. Like you said earlier, the racetrack is fast. Lights will be going out. Cornbread getting off the front stretch.
We'll have 2 laps to go to settle the top 8 here and determine our IMCA Southern Sport Mod field for the 25th annual Fall Classic here at the Heart of Texas Speedway. Terry Pritchett leads us back to green. Here comes Paul White. He'll take the 2nd spot away from Jason Hubert Sr. And now he's coming after Pritchett for the race lead.
Paul White works through the middle of the racetrack. The line is moving down a little bit, but just not enough, too much moisture on the bottom still for a slider to work. Just not enough drive there. White flag is out for Pritchett this time.
As Florio has the 8th and final transfer now, she got around Rust on that restart. As he's going to push big time in turns 1 and 2, and that may book Taylor's ticket to the finale. As Pritchett sails high, White comes after him. Pritchett's going to win it. Terry Pritchett, Paul White, Jason Hubert Sr., Don Painter, and Tyler Muirhead, your top 5. Trevor Cogburn is 6th, Mason Day 7th, and 8th will be Taylor Florio. Those 8 cars will advance to the A-Main later tonight. $2,000 to win for the IMCA Southern Sport Mods.
Rolling out on the racetrack next is your Outlaw Street Stocks. Run what you brung and hope you brought enough. The 32, Smoking Joe Williams on the pole, and the outside to 93 at Tracy Cundiff.
Inside of row number 2 in the heart of Texas Speedway, number 13. Out of Austin, Texas, that's Jerry Friedrich. And his outside out of Waco, Texas, the 1 is Danny Sikora.
Inside row number 3, the 892, Josh Whitehead, and the outside to 84 of Robert Shepard.
Inside of row number 4, out of Ennis, Texas, the 0M is Dylan Glass, and his outside Joe Garcia in the 2.
Inside row number 5, the 5-7, Taylor Fuller, and the outside to 09 of Gerald Johnson.
And the final car on the Speedway, new arrival tonight, that's Tim Ellis in the 60 car. We're going to take the top 8 out of this one. We only have 10 showing as a scheduled 11. So 1 car missing, and only 2 of these guys will not advance to the A-Main later tonight.
There's your 11th car. Little late arrival, but he's here.
That's the 09 of Gerald Johnson there, making his late appearance to the Speedway. Fortunately enough for him, he was already supposed to start in the rear, so it's not going to cost him. But he might need to catch up just a little bit quicker as the lights are out and we're going green.
You'll be at maximum velocity, Cole, when the green flag drops. Let's go.
Williams and Cundiff get us started. Cundiff going to get a good start on the top. So Cundiff leads, followed by Williams. Third is Sikora. Friedrich has 4th, and Garcia rounds out your top 5 here as they come to 1 complete, 11 to go.
Down the back straightaway, the 93 of Cundiff. Half a straightaway lead over Joe Williams in the 32 machine. Top 8 will transfer and move on to the A-Main.
Glass going to throw a slider on the 64 to the 84 of Shepard for the 6th spot there. Glass takes the 6th spot, Shepard's in 7th. 8th and final transfer is the new arrival, the 60 of Ellis.
5-7 Taylor Fuller pulling off, making a hard right turn. Will not be finishing the race with us.
Another slider from the 0M of Dylan Glass as he throws a slider on Garcia for 5th now. Here comes the 0 of Glass to the outside of the 1 machine of Sikora. Can't make it work just yet. 4 laps down, 8 laps to go for Tracy Cundiff.
Keep an eye on the 0 and the 1. They seem to like trading paint, it looks like.
Got the little twist top on the top of the 0 there.
It's a keyway. I looked at it in the pits earlier today. I was like, you got to wind it up before the races.
He said that card looked better with a little more orange on it.
Yeah. You could see it better.
As Cundiff setting a blistering pace right now in the 93 machine, and he's going to approach the 09 of Johnson and attempt to put him a lap down. Johnson's on his line, though, as here comes Glass with a slider on Sikora. Dylan Glass with a trio of slide jobs here in last chance qualifier number 1 for the Outlaw Street Stocks, as Tracy Cundiff has a 1.8 second advantage out front.
Dylan Glass finally clears Sikora. Once he does, he put a large gap on him. Now, almost a half a straightaway. Now, the 60, Tim Ellis working underneath Sikora, trying to get into that 6th position.
So not sure how much we can buy into it due to Cundiff being in traffic, but Glass is running quicker times than the race leader right now. But there are 2 lap cars right in front of Cundiff as Williams sails way high in 4. He's going to re-enter the Speedway, but it will cost him 2nd to Friedrich. Tracy Cundiff is absolutely on it right now as he's about to he's got 2 laps to go and he's about to put a transferring car down a lap. As the 8th and final transfer spot belongs to Josh Whitehead right now in the 892.
White flag will be coming out this time for Tracy Cundiff.
As a battle for 2nd reemerges side by side, Friedrich and Williams as they're trying to negotiate the slower cars right in front of them.
Williams gets back by Jerry Friedrich. Now we're going to go up to the top shelf. Here comes the checkered flag for the 93 and Tracy Cundiff. Joe Williams battles back after he skates off the racetrack, loses his spot, and he gets it back by Jerry Friedrich at the line. It's going to be Tracy Cundiff, Joe Williams, Jerry Friedrich, Dylan Glass, Danny Sikora, Tim Ellis, Joe Garcia, Josh Whitehead will be your round out your top 8.
So that was last chance qualifier number 1 for the Outlaw Street Stocks. We'll have one more, got 12 scheduled cars. The top 8 will advance, and that will set our $2,000 to win finale field for the Outlaw Street Stocks here at the 25th Annual Fall Classic at the Heart of Texas Speedway. And here we go. Joe's going to give you the lineup here for last chance qualifier number 2 of the Outlaw Street Stocks.
Rolling out on the racetrack now, the 42 of Mark Guerin, and on the outside of 14X of Alex Bates.
Inside of row number 2, that's going to be Mike Landon, the 48, and to his outside, Barry Gaston in the 8.
Row number 3, the 714, Charles Melvany, and then outside to 07 JD, that's Joe Morales.
Inside of row number 4 out of Bryan, Texas, the 12R, that's Randy Weatherford, and to his outside, Larry Phelan in the 31.
Row number 5, the 995 Joe Fuller, and the outside the 88J, that's Jeff Blackwood. We call him Flipper.
And the final row, Ed Thompson on the inside, that's the 22, and to his outside schedule will be the 19 of Billy Chitty. Chitty is not out there. And we're missing one other car. I believe that's Fuller in the 95.
No, I guess is that the 88J at the end, the no white?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Old eyes, you know, buddy.
So here we go. Guerin and Bates get us started, and Bates going to go to the top, try to win this heat, this last chance qualifier, just like his teammate just won the first one. Not sure if they're officially teammates, but they have traveled together from the Tyler, Texas area here.
We'll just call him buddies. Alex Bates in the 14 machine. Everybody's still up in the middle of the top of the racetrack. It's going to be Bates, followed by Mark Guerin, Barry Gaston.
We have a side-by-side battle for the 8th and final transfer right now. Phelan goes side-by-side with the 22 of Thompson.
Ed Thompson, been around this racetrack for a long time. I bought my very first sport lot from Ed in 07. Still comes out, still racing.
He's driving it in real deep there. Can't quite get the power off, but Phelan does. The 22 of Thompson driving it way deep into turns 3 and 4. Not quite as aggressive in 1 and 2.
Phelan's car is just a little looser. You can see it rotate right in the middle. And as I said that, it tightens up and it pushes up the hill. But, oh, looks like Jeff Blackwood's broken. Might have lost an engine there, Flipper.
So Bates leads, followed by Guerin. 3rd is Gaston. 4th is Land. And rounding out your top 5 right now is Morales. As here comes Guerin, he's coming after the race leader of Bates.
Cross flags, halfway down, halfway to go this time. Ed Thompson a little out of shape, gathers it up, misses a tractor tire, but it's going to be Bates. Bates going to get pushed way up the hill by lap traffic, way up on the wall, but able to keep it and keep going, and Phelan able to get down on the bottom and stay out of harm's way. Half loops it, but gathers it up. And it's still going to be Bates now with clean air in front of him.
Phelan is sitting in the 8th and final transfer spot. So he may feel like he's slipping, but he's got a full straightaway advantage over the 9th place car. Just going to have to hold on for a few more laps. Bates going to come to 3 to go this time in the 14X, the Jeff Bates Racing Engines number 14X.
Now closing in on the 12 machine, going to try to put another one down. 2 flags in the air, 2 laps to go. We got 2 hung up on the back straightaway.
Guerin caught up very quickly there to Bates. As soon as he steps off the top side, Guerin gets a run. They go side by side down the back straightaway. As they're trying to get around the R12 of Weatherford. Going to come to the white flag, and they're side by side. Thompson makes contact with Phelan, and Phelan's facing the wrong direction on the back straightaway. As through 3 and 4. One more time, taking the win. It's going to be Alex Bates. Mark Garrett is second. Third will go to Barry Gaston.
That was a good race. That was a heck of a race for a last chance qualifier.
Suckers are moving.
They were moving around there, and the front two had to slice and dice through that traffic. And all in all, a very good race. So looking forward to that feature race a little bit later tonight.
So you're transferring cars. That's going to be Bates, Gearin, Gaston, Land, Morales, Melviny. That doesn't sound like I said that right.
Melviny.
Weatherford, and Thompson. Your top 8 there in last chance qualifier number 2 for the Outlaw Street Stocks. And here come the IMCA Modifieds.
Well, these are junior limiteds.
Junior limiteds.
Yeah, the modifieds, we're not running a last chance qualifier because we only had a handful of them, so everybody's just going to line up by how they were last night. We drew the top 4, redrew, and then 5 through 8 redrew, and then everybody that didn't make it last night just lines up behind them. They will have hot laps right before intermission after the factory stock last chance qualifiers are done. So out now is your junior limiteds, and this is what heat race number 1 looks like for your junior limiteds.
On the pole out of Rizal, Texas, is going to be the 59 of Eli Olivari. Into his outside, the 730 of Jeff Bassler Jr.
Inside row number 2, the 7C of Colton Abshire, and outside the 10 of Brady Garrick.
Inside of row number 3, that's PJ Egbert in the 707. To his outside, Caleb Merritt in the 18K.
Shotgun will be the 30 of Brady Sexton, and the outside Wyatt Sexton in 89.
Slide job thrown on the front of the Speedway, and we got one facing the wrong direction. And that looks to bring out the first caution of heat race number 1 for the junior limiteds, excuse me. As I believe.
Outside Wyatt Sexton in 89.
Slide job thrown on the front of the Speedway, and we got one facing the wrong direction.
You got to kind of tiptoe, and they're learning. That's part of it. We've all been there. Little Pizzo, PJ Egbert. When he won down here one night, I asked him, who all you want to thank. He's like, I want to thank my setup man. He didn't say dad. He said, I want to thank my setup man.
That Jason Cook, the setup man.
My setup, yeah. Shock on. I bet he's listening tonight.
He's racing at Rocket, actually, racing for $5,000. Little brother Cam is here without an ice stock, and I'm still upset about it.
Yeah. It took him a while to get that first win this year, but once he did, he was on a roll.
The lights are out. We're going to go back to the green here. The 59 of Olivari and the 730 of Bowser Jr.
Lot better start that time. We got by Bowser with a very early lead out front, followed by Merritt, and then that's Dale Abshire. Or Colton Abshire, I'm sorry. Dale's dad.
As they're single file, the top 4 distancing themselves all right in the top in the entry, and they exit on the bottom. Here comes the 18 of Merritt trying to go for the race lead, trying to take it away from Bowser. Abshire's right there in the 3rd spot.
Merritt also brought us some t-shirts up here tonight to give away, so we'll have those a little bit later on. Thanks to the Merritt crew and everybody at Little Stitches is their embroidery company. But it's going to be the 730 of Jeff Bowser Jr. out front, followed by Merritt. Abshire now going to diamond down, drive underneath Merritt, and gets a good clean pass. You can hear them all up on the chips. Oliver, little front end damage there. I'm going to guess knocked a toe out on that tire.
So here comes Abshire as Bowser starting to dip a little bit lower than the top. Abshire staying on the top in 3 and 4. It's working to his advantage, and he's getting a little bit more momentum there. And as I say that, Bowser going to go back lower as Abshire follows him.
Still going to be Bowser out front, followed by Abshire, Merritt, Sexton, and PJ Egbert.
Olivari going to slow up the race leader of Bowser, and here comes Abshire. He's going to have the momentum with 2 laps to go. They're going to try to split the slower car As Bowser gets by much smoother than Hampshire does, and that may seal the deal here in heat race number 1 for the Junior Limiteds.
That was almost a textbook slide job there by Bowser. Drive it in, let it drift right up in front of him. And the white flag is going to be out now for the 730 of Jeff Bowser, followed by Colton Abshire, Caleb Merritt, Wyatt Sexton.
Checker flag waves, and Jeff Bowser Jr. is going to win it. Second goes to Colton Abshire. Third will be Caleb Merritt. Fourth is Wyatt Sexton, and fifth is PJ Egbert. That was heat race number 1 for the Junior Limiteds. We got 2 heat races of them, and they'll compete in an A main later tonight. As here comes heat race number 2.
So heat race number 2, the lineup looks like this. The 11W, Michael Williams on the pole, and the outside to 1G of Gunnar Garrett.
Inside of row number 2, that's Davis Lemaster in the 7L, and his outside Mason Warren in the 75.
08 of Cade Morosky on the inside, row number 3, and the outside 10C, Colton Birmingham.
Inside of row number 4, it's going to be the 420 of Sasha Hop, and her outside Zachary Manthe in the 17N.
Can't we just get our kids' name like Bill Smith or Jenny?
Daryl.
Daryl.
And the other brother, Daryl.
Yes. Sassa, I was giving her grief in the pits last night. I called her Hopalicious. She thought that was pretty funny. She's like, you remember, I'm Hopalicious. I'm like, yes. Yes, I do, Miss Hopalicious.
Looks like Williams doesn't want to start on the front row, or perhaps there are problems there with the 11W, as that's the car that hot lapped just before we got started. Looks like he's going to go to the tail.
You try to teach these kids that if they don't want to start up front, and the parents, sometimes the parents are worse than the kids. Just start at the tail. Get it figured out. It saves everybody's equipment. And, it doesn't only matter to kids, that you can do that in the big cars too. If you're not comfortable or you don't think your car's 100%, start at the back, feel it out. Save your equipment and somebody else's. Good start by the 7L of Davis Lindmester.
So Davis Lindmester has the race lead. Sitting in the second spot right now, that is Mason Warren, as he's going to come to the inside. Excuse me, that's the 1G of Gunnar Garrett. He takes the race lead after one circuit contact, heavy contact there between Morovsky and Lindmester. As Garrett has the race lead, followed by the 7.5 of Warren.
I believe these are 8-lap heat races. Going to be Gunnar Garrett, Mason Warren, but now look on the inside of 08 of Caden Morosky. Morosky going to drive it down, but just can't make it stick. Going to drift back up in line behind the 75 of Mason Warren.
So Gunnar Garrett seems to be the class of the field right now in heat race number 2 of the Junior Limiteds, as that 1G machine is very smooth around the turns right now, but just as I say that, the second and third place cars seem to be making ground on it.
Seems to be slowing up a little bit, maybe kind of keeping it, make sure he keeps the car underneath him, doesn't want to spin it out on his own. And that is letting the 75 of Mason Warren close that gap. Little over 3/10 of a difference this time, but now up on the top shelf, here comes Mason Warren. That was the old announcer's jinx right there. I mentioned spinning it out, and look what he did.
Yep, that kid's gonna hate me.
No, I'll take credit for that one.
So
my
Warren
fault,
takes the
brother.
race lead. Morovsky's now in the second spot. Third is Birmingham. Fourth is Mandy. And Lindmester rounds out your top 5 right now, as we got 2 to go. Morovsky goes for an ambitious move, and that might cost him second to Birmingham. Here comes the shred car to the inside of Morovsky. Can't make the move. White flag waves. So Warren has the race lead. Morovsky still in second. Third is Birmingham. As the running order remains the same, as those 3 cars going to go nose to tail through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. And Warren will win it. Morovsky second. Third goes to Birmingham. Fourth will be Manthe. Fifth is Lemister, and sixth will be Williams. As Garrett not going to finish that one, as well as Hop. So that will conclude the only heat races that we're running tonight. As a full show for the junior limiteds. They did not race with us last night. As it's now time for the last chance qualifier for the IMCA stock cars.
My favorite.
It really seems like with sport mods and so forth, it's top-notch competition.
It is a different driving style there for the Derby. We talk to them all the time, all over the country. And
Yes, great show coming up. Congratulations all the way.
In the 7.5. To his outside, Tim Carmen in the 107.
Inside row number 3, the 21, Alan Essenberg. And the outside, Mr. Stevensville starter himself, the 07D, Dennis Bissonette.
Inside of row number 4, it's going to be Andy Roller in the 63 machine, and to his outside, the 20T of Thomas Hall.
Inside row number 5, that's going to be David Good in a 13G, and the outside, Jeff Whitehead in a 98 machine.
And the final row on the inside, it's Michael Ty in the 1G, as he's a late arrival to the Speedway in that black and pink number 1G. To his outside is scheduled to be the 07 of Eric Lord, who is out here. That is a new car to the Speedway tonight, was not here with us last night.
David Good a little late getting on the racetrack, going to gather it up and try to catch up with the field.
So we will be taking the top 8 from this one, as they'll combine with the 8 that advanced from last night and another 8 from this next last chance qualifier to make a 24-car field of IMCA stock cars.
Lights will be going out. Some fine-looking machines out on that racetrack right now. Damon Hammond, Wildchild with the whole shot up on the top side, followed by the 107 and Tim Carmen. Timmy down the back.
Bissonette going to shoot to the 3rd spot in the black and white number 07D. Didn't quite show as much speed as typical last night, but here he comes in last chance qualifier number 1 for the IMCA stock cars. As we have calls for the 07, that's Eric Lloyd. He's going to head off the Speedway.
Bissonette tried a little bit of a lower line last time by, and just didn't work. His car just pushes straight up the track. Going a little bit higher this time now. But it's going to be Damon Hammond in that Wild Chop chassis out front in the 116.
The 8th and final transfer spot right now being held by David Good Jr. As he has a bit of an advantage over the 9th place car of Jeff Whitehead. About a 4-car length advantage there.
David Good won last night in your Outlaw Modifieds. Went from 3rd to the win with 2 to go on a restart. Trying to put it in the show for the stock car now.
As they're coming to 5 laps down, 7 to go. Hammond in control of this one in the 116.
Hammond way out front, followed by the 107 of Tim Carmen, 07D, Dennis Bissonette, Chris Birmingham, Thomas Hall, Wesley Warren, Andy Roller, and David Good Jr. rounds out all your transfers. Good, gonna try to get underneath Roller. Just not enough bite down there to make it work. Thomas Hall on the bottom side underneath Birmingham and skates up into him. David Good ends up picking off 3 through that melee somehow. Wesley Warren got the bad end of the deal. Now he's out of a transfer spot. Essenberg got a lot of left rear drive in that race car, pulling the wheel all the way down the front straightaway.
That's going to move Whitehead into the 8th and final transfer. 4 laps to go now for the 116 of Hammond. As the 75 of Warren trying to gain back what he lost there. I thought he may have broke. And a similar reaction there as he pushes once again through turn 2. Here comes Good to the inside of Birmingham. They go side by side for 5th, and Good takes it. Hammond going to diamond the turn as he comes to 2 to go, trying to get by the 1G of Ty. As he's trying to sail his way into a 9th place starting spot in the A main.
This will be your inside row, starting in at 9th position to fill out the rest of the field on the inside row. White flag in the air for the 116 of Damon Hammond. Tim Carmen in second. 07D, Dennis Bissonette.
Big problems for Michael Ties. He ends up in the front straightaway wall, and he'll end up in the pit area as the white flag is waving. Here comes Hammond to the checkered. He's going to win it.
No contest right there. Damon Hammond, clearly the class of the field in this race. It's going to be Damon Hammond, Tim Klarman, Dennis Bissonette. Warren trying to get by Essenberg, just didn't have enough at the end. Thomas Hall in the 20T, C3 Birmingham, Andy Roller, and then Jeff Whitehead. That'll round out your top 8. Those will all transfer. The last chance qualifier number 2 rolling out on the racetrack right now. 54M Michael Dabney on the pole, and the outside of 25J of Gregory Muirhead.
Inside of row number 2, it's going to be the KR Promotion sponsor, number 5H of Lance Hansen Jr., and his outside the Powers race car, number P74 of Ryan Powers.
Inside row number 3, that's going to be Bryce Burden in the 17X, and the outside the 489, Anthony Otkin.
Inside of row number 4, that's Chase Neal in the Ford 16 out of Burleson, Texas, and his outside, Jimmy Hetherington in the 21X.
5th row, inside the triple nickel, that's Rich Shields, and the outside, Jeffrey Abbey in the 37.
And the final row, the 14, that's Ryan Ellis, and his outside, the 17 of John Friedrich. Going to take the top 8 from this one, and that will set the field for the IMCA Stock Car A main. Only got 10 cars on the Speedway when we called for 12.
Keep an eye on the 37 machine, as we said last night, always fast. I believe he broke last night in the
he broke
A
while
qualifier.
leading.
Yeah, he was leading.
Under caution as well.
Yep. So heartbreaking for him, but he'll put on a show for us.
Exactly. Well, there's some pretty dang good ones in this one as well.
Yes.
Got Dabney up front, Muirhead, Hansen, and Powers. I believe all those cars have won races in this IMCA Stock Car division this year. And obviously Abbey, one of the most reputable names around the South. I was actually quite shocked today to find out he's only 24 years old.
Yeah.
Got a shock empire going on, and he's already one of the biggest names in stock car racing in the country. So we got a late arrival now. We'll be up to 11 cars.
When Weston Abbey was in the younger days racing, that kid was still in high school. He had to take off from high school to go race at Boone and stuff like that. So kids are always fast, but David Good out going to work the bottom of the racetrack a little bit. So I don't know if they're going to try to roll that thing in a little bit after he tills it up, or
looks like Dabney wants to try it.
Yep.
It really seems like with sport mods and so forth, it's top-notch competition.
It is a different driving style there for the Derby. We talk to them all the time, all over the country. And
Yes, great show coming up. Congratulations, all the race winners this weekend.
.com here for the 25th annual Fall Classic. This is last chance qualifier number.
No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance.
And we'll try to get you a shout out if we have the time. So
we'll make the time back.
We enjoy, we thank you for enjoying the action here. The number one alternative to being in the actual stands, getting to watch what you want to watch, is watching through Mr. Marcus's camera tonight here on RaceOnTexas.com. With a multi-cam show, got some pretty cool angles, some in-car cameras, as Tony Fedder's controlling all of that.
Going to get a few hot laps in. Well, I thought they were going to get some hot laps in, but
Dabney wanted them.
Dabney, yeah.
He said, stop lollygagging, it's time to go. Come on, Greg, let's go.
The lights were out down the back straightaway, but nobody was. Dabney was the only guy paying attention, I believe.
So the outside pole sitter right here, Gregory Muirhead, was the top qualifier last night in the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Didn't quite hear what number he redrew earlier today, but he'll be starting in the top 4 positions in the limited modified. He's going to try to punch his way in there here in the IMCA stock cars. He's going to start on the preferred line with Dabney to his inside.
Dabney going to try to push him up the track a little bit to give him a little better track to work with, but it's going to be Muir ahead with a good shot up on the top shelf. Going to let the car rotate through the middle. Keep an eye on the 37 machine.
So Muirhead gets the lead, flying Ryan Powers in second. Dabney's third. Here comes Powers to the inside of Muirhead. Nearly going 3 wide out of 4 there. Wow. Those top 3 looking real sporty here early.
Ryan Powers drove that car in so deep, I didn't think there was any way he wasn't going to take out Muirhead. Somehow he's able to negotiate that and keep from taking them both out. But it is still going to be Gregory Muirhead out front, flying Ryan Powers in the P74 machine. Michael Dabney back in that third position. And here comes Jeffrey Abbey in the 37.
Now Dabney applying pressure to the P74 of Ryan Powers. I was able to get an interview for RaceOnTexas.com's Facebook page with Ryan Powers earlier today. We talked about his factory stock run and the high stock here. As he's sitting pretty good right now, sitting second, trying to chase after Muirhead.
Muirhead skated up a little higher that time than he had been for the last couple of laps. And let Powers shove the nose under him just a little bit, peak, but he just couldn't make it happen. This time Muirhead exits 2 a little bit lower down, pulls the left front. There's a lot more bite in the track lower coming out of 2 than there is out of 4.
Here comes Jeffrey Abbey to the inside of the 21X of Hetherington. They go side by side for the 6th spot. As it's still Muirhead, Powers, and Dabney out front. 4th is Oldkin. 5th is Kim. 7th is Abbey. Excuse me, 6th is Abbey. Now 7th is Hetherington. And your 8th and final spot being held by Burden as Chase Neal trying to chase him down. 6 laps to go.
Muirhead about to start to get into some lap traffic now. Ron Friedrich pushes up the track, gets it squared away and down the back straightaway. Still going to be Muirhead, followed by Powers. 54M of Michael Dabney.
3-car battle for 4th through 6th now as here comes Hansen to the inside of Oldkin, and Jeffrey Abbey's right there.
Abbey inside of Oldkin as well. It's going to be the 5H of Lance Hansen, Jeffrey Abbey, and Oldkin all for that 4th, 5th, and 6th spot.
Like we commented about last night, Abbey always has quite a lean in the front side of his machine as it's leaning very heavily to the right front. Trying to get all the bite he can. 2 laps to go from Muirhead. Powers all over his back bumper. Dabney with problems. A lot of smoke and fluid on the 54M. Michael Dabney ends up in the infield and the caution flag waves.
I'm not sure if he broke a motor or just blew a radiator hose. Lots, like you said, lots of fluid on the front straightaway. That'll bring out the caution. I want to make sure, A, he's okay, and B, try to clean up the front straightaway so we don't send the cars backwards down the front straightaway.
So that's going to be a hard one to swallow for Michael Dabney as he was sitting in a pretty good spot to try to make something happen in the A-main. Yep. And now he's in the infield and he will not be in the IMCA Stock Car A-main tonight. That's going to move Chase Neal into the 8th and final transfer spot, with Rich Shields the only car left to contest him for that 8th and final spot.
Don't forget, once we get to intermission, we will have trick-or-treating on the front straightaway with the kiddos, and then right after that, we'll also have our annual costume contest. Mr. Collins going to help judge some of that, I believe. Pastor Jim.
We got voluntold. We got voluntold to judge it.
Yeah, they got voluntold.
As Dabney going to be pushed off the speedway by the wrecker there. A really sharp-looking race car right there.
Sure hate to see that.
Pit Stop Cafe, number 54M. EJ's towing-sponsored Dabney machine there, headed off the speedway. As Gregory Muirhead's going to have 2 more laps to try to hold off flying Ryan Powers. Muirhead driving in the Muirhead Motorsports CRS suspension, number 25J. As I was saying, Got an interview with Ryan Powers earlier in the pit area. Got it up on the Race on Texas Facebook page. Talked with him about the factory stock and the iStock, as he wasn't quite satisfied with his performance last night. Looking to gain a few spots here in the Bs and set himself up better for the A mains later tonight. As Lord willing, depending on the time of the conclusion of tonight's racing action, we should have a few interviews up on Facebook from some of the winners and the top performers of tonight in the 25th annual Fall Classic here at the Heart of Texas Speedway. And so we're going to have 2 laps to go here in last chance qualifier number 2 for the IMCA stock cars. I believe this is our last preliminary action of the night.
So we got factory stocks.
3 factory stock qualifiers.
3 factory stock qualifiers. We'll be taking the top 5 out of those. Then we'll have hot laps for last night's A main qualifiers and modifieds. We'll get the hot lap and then we'll go into intermission. All right, David Sis says we're going to get 1 to go this time by.
So Muirhead has the race lead. Powers is in second. Hansen will now have the 3rd spot. 4th is Abby. 5th is Otkin. Otkin. I keep adding an L that's not there. Hetherington in the 6th spot. 7th is Burton. 8th is Neal. And 9th is Shields with 2 laps to go. They're going to go 3 wide on the original start. Original restart, I should say, as Hansen dove to the very bottom. Powers now working to the inside of Muirhead.
I am very impressed with Ryan Powers, able to control that car, getting in as deep as he is into 3 and 4, and still able to keep the car under him and not slide up into Muirhead. White flag is out.
Jeffrey Abbey. Abbey going to pull the trigger on Hansen, and now he's coming after Powers for the 2nd spot. Powers going to extend down the back straightaway. Looks like Muirhead's going to win it, but 2nd's not settled yet. Powers going to push. Here comes Abbey. At the line, Jeffrey Abbey steals 2nd. 3rd goes to Ryan Powers. 4th is Lance Hansen Jr. And rounding out your top 5 will be Otkin as Muirhead wins it. Wow.
The A-main should be...
It's like Doc Hudson said, you drive it in deep and you hope it sticks.
You hope it sticks.
Second car's reference of the night.
That's anything of what the A-main is going to be like. It's going to be a fun one. Okay. Factory stocks. Last chance qualifier. Number 1. On the front row, the 15K, Kevin Batterby. And the outside, the 111, Eddie Gramella.
Inside the row number 2, the 55R. That's Rusty Head. And his outside, Colin Hodges in the 28.
Inside row number 3, the 1W, Mark Fox. And the outside, the 00M, Buddy McCool.
Inside of row number 4 is going to be the 17M of Christopher Mercer. To his outside, Cade Connor in the 33T.
Inside row number 5, the X, Gage Fuller, and the outside of 1st of Kevin Smith.
And a new arrival tonight, that's Rodney Twardesky in the 9 machine. Let's see if he can work his way into the field tonight. Taking the top 5 here in last chance qualifier number 1 for the factory stocks. That's Batterby going to get the early race advantage in the 15.
Track has started to come in a little bit. You're able to work through the bottom of the racetrack now without driving all the way up the hill. Well, I say that. 3 and 4, not as much as 1 and 2.
So Gramila takes the race lead. Batterby is 2nd. 3rd is Head. 4th is McCool now as Hodges and Fox go side by side for the 5th and final transfer.
Ed Gramella in the 111 machine, always fast here at Heart of Texas Speedway. X. Gage Fuller showing some smoke on the backside. In the big booty Judy.
As Colin Hodges in the 28 is fading quickly. I believe he had wheel-to-wheel contact with someone on that original start, and he may have a tire going down as that car is slowing very rapidly. That's the 28 machine of Colin Hodges as Twardesky in the chase after him, trying to take away the 8th spot.
The X of Gage Fuller, more and more smoke coming out. I don't think it's going to get better, buddy. It's only going to get worse, I believe. But Eddie Gramella still way out front with about a half a straightaway lead. Rusty Head on the bottom side. Going to skate up and drift it up in front of the 15 of Kevin Batterby for that 2nd position.
Fox and Smith going at it down the back straightaway. A pair of 1 cars battling for the 5th and final transfer. Got the Race On Texas onboard camera inside of that 1W of Fox as he gets put 1 spot out right now.
1 spot looking in. Going to see if he can get back around the other 1 car.
So Gramella is set sail on the field right now. Head has 2nd, 3rd is Batterby, 4th is McCool, and rounding out the top 5 right now is the 1ST of Kevin Smith.
Rusty Head had a little bit of a tight race car last time through 3 and 4. Had to kind of push the gas, stab the brake, got it to turn, but now he's back up and running and got his rhythm back.
Smith takes a 4th spot away from McCool, trying to get himself a little bit of insurance and gain himself 3 more starting positions as Conder faces the wrong direction in turn number 4.
Gonna back it back down the hill. Conder, the 33T.
So 7 laps down, we'll have 5 to go as Hodges was in the infield. He'll pull off the speedway. Conder's going to rejoin the field as we got McCool in the 5th and final spot with Fox sitting 1 spot out. 5 laps to make something happen to work his way into the finale feature tonight for the factory stocks.
Three last chance qualifiers, top 5. Lights will be going out this time. Eddie Gramella, it's up to you to start whenever, and he says right now. Good start by Eddie Gramella. Pulls the field by 3 car lengths. Rusty Head, solid 2nd place, but don't look now. Here comes the first of Kevin Smith. The 15K. Batterby gonna battle it 2-3 wide, deep down the back straightaway.
Side by side for the 5th and final transfer. McCool's gonna sail. Here comes Fox to the inside of Batterby. As the 5th and final transfer spot constantly changing right now as those cars continue to battle. McCool loses it, slips up just a little bit as Twardowski pulls into the infield. Problems for the 9. Fox gonna throw a slider in front of Batterby and he gets loose. There goes the 1W of Fox as he spins in turn 4. And he'll be the fan favorite tonight as he's going to keep moving and keep us green. 2 laps to go this time for Gramella as Head is now keeping up with the 111 as he was not able to do it before the caution.
Hate to see that for Mark Fox. Had worked his way up and raced super clean. Hard racing. Just got in a little hot and a little heavy with that slider and loops it. That's going to take him out of contention for that transfer spot. Racetrack, you can see it starting to turn black around the top side. Factory stocks laying down some rubber off those slick tires.
Here comes McCool. He's going to get by Batterby for the 4th spot. Batterby still in a transfer spot as the mosquito control of Gage Fuller sitting in the 6th spot. 1 spot out as Gramella's going to win it. Gramella wins it. Head is 2nd. 3rd goes to Smith. 4th will be McCool, and Batterby will take the 5th and final transfer.
Gage Fuller may need to check the oil when he gets back. I can't believe there's much left in there. All right, last chance qualifier number 2 for your factory stocks. They're about to roll out on the racetrack. On the pole, that is my buddy Johnny Torres in a 66, and the outside, that's flying Ryan Powers in the R12.
Inside of row number 2 is going to be James Hoffman Jr. in the 110, and to his outside, Michael Garrett in the 25.
Inside row number 3, the 48, Mike Alan, and the outside, Ryan Turnipseed in the 55.
Inside of row number 4 out of Athens, Texas, the 5 of Brett Arden, and to his outside, Jacob Pruitt in the 62.
Inside row number 5, the 28M of Junior McCall, and the outside, the 92 of Elliott Black.
And the final row on the inside, it's James Mercer Jr. in the 18M, and his outside, Kurt Ellis in 33. As we'll have the top 5 transfer out of this one as well. And they'll advance to the $2,000 to win a feature for the factory stocks.
12 laps for the factories.
13 cars scheduled, and all 13 are going to make it to the start.
Johnny Torres in that fine-looking 66 machine, all the way down south. Southside Johnny, we call him.
Well, that's the Sosex Motorsports Joel Ball Trucking number 66. Johnny's going to get us started here in last chance qualifier number 2. Torres gets a great start ahead of Ryan Powers. Powers riding in the Powers race cars. Diamond Pools number R12 as those two battle the green machines down the back straightaway, 1 and 2.
Johnny gets in a little bit straight, a little square into 3 and 4. Lets him push up the hill. Ryan Powers trying to peep around the top side. You got to think Johnny Powers has a little bit of an advantage just being out there and racing the stock car. He knows the track a little better, but that is still going to let Johnny Torres be out front, followed by Ryan Powers.
So the battle for the 5th and final transfer starting to heat up. Mike Land has it. Here comes Brett Arden in the 5. I misspoke earlier. Arden actually has the Race on Texas in-car camera tonight as he's battling side by side with Ryan Turnipseed for the 6th spot, trying to chase after Mike Land and try to transfer into the A main tonight. Johnny Torres out front. Ryan Powers has 2nd. 3rd is Michael Granat. Michael Garrett.
Granat.
Okay.
Michael Granat in the 25. Had a tough season this year, did the 25, and Michael. Always fast, just always had something really silly and stupid happen to him. Something break or just wrong place, wrong time. So hopefully he can finish out the Fall Classic on a positive note, kind of regather, regroup in the off season and get back out here next year.
What a slider there from Turnipseed as he slides right in front of Brent Arden. If we were looking at the in-car camera right there, that was probably one heck of a view for your viewers at home. As Turnipseed in the 55 gets a little bit loose right in front of the 5. Those two cars look like they could be teammates there in the gray and black 55 and 5. They're both sitting right outside of the top 5 right now as Mike Land has the 5th and final transfer. As the 194 loops it over in turn number 4. And he's going to head towards the pond and the caution flag will wave.
Yeah, you don't want to land in that pond in the back 40 down there. I did it. Not in the pond, but I went for a ride over the hill. It was pretty steep.
That's the 194 of Edward Cox. So we got 6 laps down. We'll have 6 laps to go here in last chance qualifier number 2 for the factory stocks. So Johnny Torres in control of this one. The Sotex Motorsports Aaron Alexander owned number 66 machine. At least teammates to him. I think he owns that car. They came together to the Mike Parker Memorial at the Arcotech Speedway, where I made my worst joke of the year because Johnny left him in the heat race. I said he treated him to a 2 for 24 at Gapplebee's. Yeah, definitely the worst one of the year.
The worst one of the year? Well,
one of few. I don't make many jokes, but
yeah, well,
we're stepping it up a little bit today. We're just having fun.
You're a better man than me, my friend. I stay in more trouble than I do anything. I'm surprised they hadn't fired me yet. Oh, well. There's always tonight. You might be solo after
I don't know if that's the right mindset, Joe. So we're going to go back to the green. 6 laps to go. The top 5 will advance as Torres and Powers look to gain on the field once again as we have problems. McCall facing the wrong direction and Cox going to join him. As the 92 machine going to stop on the front straightaway as well. That is black. There's a very hectic restart right there as there was heavy contact for 3rd as well between Hoffman and Gannat.
I was watching Johnny Torres and Ryan Powers up front. I noticed Johnny has moved his line down just a little bit. And Powers is still staying up high. You can see that black stripe they're starting to lay down. Starting to wonder if they may start getting a little more moisture down on the bottom of the racetrack and a little more bite in it, so get out of that slick and get down to the bottom. But there's so much momentum up top. It's very hard to get on the bottom, especially in these. Yeah, well,
we're stepping it up a little bit today. We're just having fun.
You're a better man than me, my friend. I stay in more trouble than I do anything. I'm surprised they hadn't fired me yet. Oh, well. There's always tonight. You might be solo. I
don't know if that's the right mindset, Joe. So we're going to go back to the green. 6 laps to go. The top 5 will advance as Torres and Powers look to gain on the field once again as we have problems show up on the second night of a show and raced past all the guys who were here the night before.
And qualify ahead, yep, for sure. So David Sisk, he says 1 to go this time by.
So Power's going to choose the top for the restart again. That'll put Gannat to the bottom. There was heavy contact on the last restart. It was actually Land and Gannat as Gannat tried to get back to the top side. Land had a good run as they about ended up in the front straightaway wall. As the 92 Black going to rejoin the field here with 6 laps to go. He's got some work to do if he wants to transfer. Looks like Arden got a little bit ambitious on the top side there, but it's going to pay off for him as here he comes to the outside of Hoffman, and they're running out of space.
Lane change right now. That's where I want to go. But that's going to put the 10 of Hoffman up in that transfer spot.
Oh, Johnny's going to bobble, and here comes Flying Ryan. The pair of green cars way out front. Gannat has set 3rd. 4th is Land, and 5th is Hoffman.
Good battle there for that 4th and that 5th final position. Mike Land up on the top side, Hoffman on the bottom side. Hoffman now going to try to pick off 2 of them. Going to get by Gannat and let it skate up in front of him. He's going to move from 5 to 3.
As here comes McCall, was just in the last caution, or part of the last caution, and now he's working his way through the field in the Davey Alex Tribune number 28 as he just got to the back bumper of Land and he sails high. Land's going to take 4th away from Gannat, and that's going to put Gannat on the bubble. Here comes Arden, here comes McCall. Setting up for a potential photo finish for the transfer as we have one spinning off the top of turn number 4. And that's going to be the caution flag. Can't quite read the number on that one just yet. See, once we get them on the front straightaway lights, we'll be able to determine who that is.
62, Jacob Pruitt.
So Pruitt actually spun 2 laps in a row, getting a little bit too high there in turn number 4. Was able to keep it green the first time. But that time the leader's too close. We had to call it for safety. And there'll be 3 laps to go as Johnny Torres is... He's bobbled a little bit a few times there in 4, and you got to think Powers might be willing to make an aggressive move to start 3 spots higher in the A main.
Very possible, and quite honestly, you're going to put one very fast car behind you that has to get by you. So we'll see. But like I said, in the stock car race, Powers was impressive. As deep as he could drive it in there and still keep his car under him and keep from just door slamming. The car next to him. So pretty impressed with the run by Flying Ryan.
So the transfer spot's heating up a good bit. We're going to have 3 laps to go. McCall now sitting 1 spot out. Arden is 2 spots out as they were nearly 3 wide with Gannat there right when the caution came out. As the Gannat going to get to restart on the top side this time. So we'll see if he gets back around Land and maybe puts him on the bubble. Contact between Hoffman and Powers. Like Hoffman trying to sail up a little bit too early. As Powers goes to the cushion, see if he can chase down Torres down the back straightaway. Gannat and Land go side by side for 4th. McCall and Arden are right there as things are getting intense.
2 flags in the air, 2 laps to go. But as you said, that battle for that 4th, 5th, and 6th spot heated up between Mike Land, Michael Gannat, and Junior McCall in the 28. 28 now gets by Michael Gannat. That's going to put him in that 5th position.
White flag in the air. Torres trying to hold off Powers. Hoffman has a 3rd spot. Land is 4th. McCall has come on very strong here in the last few laps. He's got the 5th and final transfer. Down the back straightaway one more time. What does Powers have as Torres sails high? Here comes Ryan Powers to his inside. Photo finish coming at the line. Torres gets it. Powers is 2nd. 3rd is Hoffman. 4th is Land. 5th is McCall.
Good run by the 28 machine from deep in the field. Started 9th to get up in that final transfer position.
He was actually involved in the caution
and he was
on lap 6.
Yes.
He went to the back and worked his way back up to 5th in 6 laps there. Very impressive run there as he was definitely seemed to be one of the fastest cars on the Speedway those last few laps.
Last chance qualifier number 3 rolling out on the racetrack. The 8Z of Zach Arden on the pole. And the outside, John Grove in the 0-1.
Inside of row number 2, that's going to be Kinsey Vandiver in the 20. To her outside, Tori Tickell in the 88.
Inside row number 3, the 775 of Josh Cox, and the outside of 32M of Corey Bassinger.
Inside of row number 4, just married here in the pits earlier tonight. That's Tyler Varnasdale in the 99T, and his outside, Dustin Mooney in the 5M.
Inside row number 5, the 56, that's big brother Paul White, and the outside, the 494 of Dylan Kidwell.
Inside of row number 6, that's going to be Billy Neighbors Jr. in the 52, to his outside, Clint Howard in 21.
Jarrett Amoppin in the 91 will start shotgun on the field. Again, somebody we probably want to keep an eye on.
He's
always
not
fast.
out there.
I don't see him.
He may be racing somewhere else tonight.
Yeah.
So we're got 11 cars of the 13 scheduled, and we'll take the top 5, and this will be the last preliminary action of the night. We'll have nothing but 6 A mains finales of the 25th Annual Fall Classic to go, as we'll have some hot laps for the cars that were locked in, as well as all of the modifieds, and then we'll have a brief trick-or-treat for the kids on the front straightaway, and then we'll get into A feature action. As been told, Moppet blew up his motor last night, so that's why he is not here. So we get to see Paul White, as he had a strong performance last night, but he's having to start at the rear today. So we'll see if the 56 can work his way through the field. That's Arden gonna bobble in turns 1 and 2, and they go 3 wide for 4th down the back straightaway. Vandiver in the middle, got the 88 to her outside. That's Tickell, and on the very inside, that was the 494 of Kidwell. There's not enough space there, guys. As Arden and Kidwell end up in the infield, and then Vandiver gonna spin it, as those were the 3 cars that went 3 wide on the back straightaway there. That last time by, a trio of black and red cars. And the caution flag will wave, as Vandiver trying to make it 3 wide, squeeze into the to the middle of them, between those two. That's Tickell, and on the very inside, that was the 494 of Kidwell. There's not enough space there, guys. As Arden and Kidwell end up in the infield, and then Vandiver gonna spin it, as those were the 3 cars that went 3 wide on the back straightaway there. That last time.
I believe that's what I saw. We'll see. I believe so.
Okay.
Didn't hear any argument, so must have not disagreed too much.
Yep, they were 3 wide, some fast-paced racing again, and things happen real quick.
I think the problem
Looked
there
like
was
Kinsey
when they
tried to squeeze in a spot that just didn't have enough space.
Yeah, when they got 3 wide, nobody really lifted. They just all kept it matted, and that's where the melee started. So, intermission coming up here shortly. We got hot laps right after this, and then intermission. Something to eat or drink. That will be the time for that.
We're going to see 1 to go this time. We're going to have 10 laps to go once we restart this one, taking the top 5 to the A. Again, this is the final preliminary race of the night. And after this, we will have our 24-car field set. 24 cars in the IMCA Southern Sport Mod, the IMCA stock car, the Outlaw Street stock, and the factory stocks. So I believe we have 16 Junior Limiteds, and we have 19 IMCA Modifieds tonight to compete in the A main. as we go back to the green flag. The 01 going to get the early restart advantage, I should say. As he powers down the back straightaway, here comes Mooney to the outside for the second position. We're going to the outside up to Kell there. As Grove leads out front in the 01. Paul White now has the fourth spot, and Varnasdale, newly married, the newlywed here earlier in the pits tonight, holds the fifth and final transfer.
Honey, what do you want to do on our honeymoon? I want to go to Heart of Texas Speedway racing.
He wants to race in the A main.
Yes.
As Mooney's going to take the race lead away from Grove. As Varnasdale trying to hold off the 21 of Howard for the fifth and final transfer. Here comes Paul White.
Paul White didn't back up on the top shelf. Everybody's kind of moved down. Paul, 2 car widths higher than everybody else.
3 wide for the race lead.
John
Grove
Grove
takes the lead back.
Takes the lead back.
As here comes the racetrack as they go 3 lanes wide, and it's starting to come alive here at the Heart of Texas Speedway. Things are getting hot at Heart of Texas.
Like you said, we don't really care. I don't want to say we don't care, but we really need it racing in A-May time.
Ooh, Varnasdale sails high, and it's going to open up the door for Holland at the line. 0.013 separates the final transfer spot with 6 laps to go. As here comes Mooney. Is he going to try to charge back through the field? Excuse me, Mooney in the 3rd spot. That is Kidwell, as those cars look nearly identical here in the black and red machines. And Kidwell takes the fifth and final transfer away from Varnasdale.
John Grove with a very impressive run. Gets passed by Dustin Mooney, gets that lead back, and now he's starting to gap the field.
As White still married to the top side of the speedway, trying to work up the momentum to get around Mooney for the 3rd spot. Thought about diving under him, didn't quite get there. He's going to have to fall in line, and now he may have found a line he likes better. Here he comes to the inside. At the line, separated by 0.021. Mooney still had 3rd.
That may have been his best shot right there to get by Mooney. Mooney's probably not going to leave that door open again.
Big push from Tickell, and that's going to open up for Grove. 2 laps to go.
Fifth and final transfer spot to 494 of Dylan Kidwell.
Got him.
Riding very comfortably right there.
As White got around Mooney, Mooney going to give him a tap as the white flag waves for Grove. 2nd spot is Tickell, 3rd is White, 4th is Mooney, and rounding out your top 5, holding the 5th and final transfer right now. That is the 494 of Kidwell. Looks like we lost a transponder for a minute. As the checkered flag waves, Grove wins it. 2nd is Tickell. 3rd is White, 4th Mooney, and 5th will be Kidwell. Those 5 cars will advance to the A, and the rest of them are done for the night. So it is now time for the hot laps for the cars that were locked in from last night, and then we'll go straight into our trick-or-treat intermission with the kids. Here at the Heart of Texas Speedway, we will be back here at Heart of Texas Speedway and the RaceOnTexas.com with 6 finale features for the 25th annual Fall Classic here at the Heart of Texas Speedway in just a moment.
It really seems like with sport mods and so forth, it's top-notch competition.
It is a different driving style there for the Derby. We talk to them all the time, all over the country. And
Yes, great show coming up. Congratulations, all the race winners this weekend.
No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
All right, kiddos, start heading down this way. We're going to get all the cars parked. Come on to the front row.
Attention race fans, any kid who does not have a bag, come see the 75. They have some extra bags.
It really seems like with sport mods and so forth, it's top-notch competition.
It is a different driving style there for the Derby. We talk to them all the time, all over the country. And
Yes, great show coming up. Congratulations, all the race winners this weekend.
No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
He's going to go on the microphone.
I got a good
Thank you.
On CMT coming up on the 30th, and those honoring her include George Strait, Cheryl Crow, Martina McBride, Tanya Tucker, and The Highway Women, and so many more. That's your Music City Minute on iHeart Country House Party.
iHeart Country House Party is sponsored by the Tipsy Lion Bar and Grill in West. This is Greg Hill, General Manager of the New Mission Golf Cars in wonderful Waco, Texas. Have you ever considered renting a golf cart? From weddings to concerts, family reunions to community events, Mission Golf Cars has 4-passenger, 6-passenger, and utility vehicles available in daily, weekly, and monthly rates. With nearly 100 vehicles on a well-maintained fleet and a rental assurance guarantee, Mission Golf Cars is your rental solution. Mission Golf Cars now open Highway 6 in Bagby or online at missiongolfcars.com. And remember, Mission Golf Cars, quality always wins.
Keep forgetting, but it's here. So I'm like, somebody could use it.
Somebody can. All right, let's go ahead and start working our way back up. Kids, if you want to be in the contest, I need you to line up. Hey, buddy. Line up under the flag stand to the south side of the flag stand, kiddos, if you want to be in a contest. Let's start working our way up. If you're going to be part of the contest, come on over here with me and Pastor Jim.
I'm not participating.
Come on. All the way down. There's
Stop wasting your money once and for all on allergy medications that only work as often as you take them. And if you want to take care of the whole family, Aspire also treats kids as well. So go to AspireAllergy.com to schedule your appointment today. It's so easy. You can book your appointment right there online at AspireAllergy.com.
Every man has a special tool that he likes to carry around. That tool belongs in a special place. The tool.
Let's start working our way up. Come on, kiddos. Slowly.
So we carry virtually every kind of toolbox. Cross boxes, chest boxes, side mounts, toolboxes for flat beds, steel, aluminum, black ones, white ones, shiny ones. Big, sturdy toolboxes. But in some cases, small toolboxes are okay because it's not always the size of the toolbox that matters. It's how you use it. Every working man has the right to
Let's start working our way back up to the front. Come on, kiddos.
Test, test, test. Attention, race fans. It's time to head to the stands. Race fans, time to head to the stands.
All right, after some heavy, deep conversation and thoughts, I think we got our winners here for our costume contest. Mr. Collin? Okay. So we got scariest costume. Somewhere down here there's a clown. There you go. Yeah. That's our scariest. What's your name?
Jason.
Jason, where are you from, bud? Texas. Go with Texas.
Texas.
Yay for Texas. Jason, scariest?
Thank you.
Look at.
Want to do creative?
Yeah. Most original. Little Selby Holder. Our promoter extraordinaire. Come here. Why are you hiding, dude? You can't dress up like that and be shy. Hold your trophy up. What do we have left? We got vests. Our best costume, the 4G. Marshmallow head? Sure. Our funniest costume. Not real sure if this is a marshmallow head. He's a little creepy. But he's also pretty funny. So here it is for your funniest costume. And now, this was named, what was it named there, Colin?
Overall best.
It's overall best, but we're going to call it the cutest.
All right. Can we get a little bit of noise for the overall best / cutest? No? Okay. It goes to Blue's Clues.
And that concludes this portion of the show. So if we can make our way either back to the stands or back to the pits, wherever you belong. Thanks everybody for coming out and participating. Uh-huh. Got some t-shirts thanks to Merit Racing. Which end's the noisiest, the south side or the north side? South side, north side, or in the middle? Come on, south side, where y'all at? Where you at? You got to dance better than that. How about the north side? Where's the north side at? Oh! Somebody got it. Once again, thanks to the Merritts. Colin, help me give some of these out. Make some noise somewhere. We got some caps as well. Come on. North side's awful quiet down here.
Going out the top row.
Top row. Top row rowdies. Middle row. Middle row. There we go, all the way up on the north side. All the way on the north side. Oh, I almost killed him. Almost put an eye out.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Gonna have some caps. Looks like we're going back A-main. Who's ready for some A-main action?
It's time to kick off the finales, the A-mains of the 25th Annual Fall Classic here at Heart of Texas Speedway. And we'll kick it off with the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Winner gets $2,000 here in the 25th Annual Fall Classic at the Heart of Texas Speedway.
Kick the tires, light the fires. It's time to go A-main racing. 20 laps, $2,000 on the line for your IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Get that lineup at Race On Texas. Don't forget, we want to thank all of our friends over at Race On Texas, Chris David. All access pass, $39.99. If you haven't, go in there, pick Heart of Texas Speedway as your home track. Thank you. And everybody over there, Colin, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes to make that deal work. If you don't come up here and see, Tony Fetters and the videography, and there's a lot of stuff going on to make it work, and pretty impressive what they put together in the last few years.
Absolutely, like we talked about last night, Race On Texas continuing to grow. Just announced this week a partnership with the Revved Up Sports Show. So that's going to bring some more viewers to them and some more viewers to us, kind of united two audiences there. And like we said, a lot more tracks trying to go live more often. I believe 105 Speedway live tonight, testing for the Halloween Havoc to make sure they can keep a live feed up there.
That's a lot of the problems back here. A lot of these racetracks are off the beaten path. They're not, in your main, DFW area, all of them, and so it's a little tough sometimes. All right, on the front row, the 7MK of Kyle Wilkins. On the outside, the 78, Trevor Egbert.
Inside of row number 2 out of Waco, Texas, it's the 17 of Jeff Shepard. And to his outside, the Muirhead Motorsports IRP race car number 22, Gregory Muirhead out of Maybank, Texas.
Inside row number 3, the 717 of Michael Dabney. And the outside, the 153 of Robert Scribner.
Inside of row number 4 out of Tomball, Texas, in the Express race car 57 Designs. That is the 148 of Garrett Gregory, and his outside, Brandon Guerin in the 12 out of Robinson.
Inside row number 5, that's the Sid the Kid Kiffin. And outside the 20 of Terry Pritchett. Those are your LCQ winners tonight, and that's where we're going now.
Inside of row number 6 out of Coppers Cove, the 21, that's Chris Florio, and to his outside, Paul White in the P1.
Inside row number 7, the 3 of Corbin Willett, and the outside, the 778 of Jason Hubert.
Inside of row number 8, in the EJ's towing number 54H, that's Rowdy Hull, and to his outside, Don Painter in the 10D.
Inside row number 9, a 090 Nathan Northcutt, and the outside the 31 of Tyler Muirhead.
Inside of row number 10 out of Waco, Texas, it's Garrett Rolls in the 4G, and to his outside out of Robinson, the 601 of Trevor Cogburn.
Inside row 11, the 43 of Caden Petty, and on her outside, the 54T of Mason Day.
And the final row to the inside is going to be David Lackey in the 45L, and to his outside, Taylor Florio in the 21T. That is your 24-car starting field, going 20 laps, $2,000 to win here tonight in the finale of the 25th Annual Fall Classic here at the Heart of Texas Speedway. I'm Colin Bell, this is Joe Spillman next to me, and we're ready to bring you 6 features tonight to cap off the 25th Annual Fall Classic.
Those of you watching at home, the 17 machine of Jeff Shepard does have the in-car camera, so when you get those in-car shots at home, that'll be riding along with Jeff Shepard in the 17 machine. Lights will be going out on the back straightaway. Pick me a winner, Colin.
Ooh.
Better go
I'm going to go with Muirhead. I'm going to go with Greg.
All right.
Top qualifier from last night. Redrew the worst number he could, but here we go.
I'll pick to his inside Jeff Shepard. 70OK, Kyle Wilkins in on the outside. Trevor Egbert drag race down the back straightaway. Egbert now with a good lead, about 3 car lengths. Shepard on the bottom, then he'll try to make him rotate right around the tires. Car's a little bit tight, a little snug, pushes up the hill just a little bit, but 70OK gives him a little bit of room to work with. But out front is going to be Trevor Egbert in the 78 machine.
So Egbert has the race lead. As Shepard rides second, third is Wilkins, Muirhead in fourth. Gregory rounds out your top 5. 3 laps down, 17 to go.
Still going to be Trevor Egbert up on the top self, working it through the middle. Now going to go down a little bit lower through 3 and 4. Shepard going to let the car rotate, let it kind of settle in there. He's going to close that gap just a little bit. 0.6 seconds is the lead this time by, but don't look now. Here goes Shepard diving underneath Egbert.
Here's another one for you to look at. Paul White on the top side of the speedway. Everyone else working a little bit lower. Paul White going to the top in the blue and white P1 as he's already worked his way around both LCQ winners.
Shepard still working on the bottom side. Trevor Egbert up on the top side. Shepard now going to change the line. Get up way up on the top right where Paul White was running. Shepard going to try a different line since I can't beat him by following him. Now he's going to go to the bottom side. Not enough for the slider, but it is enough for the lead as they drag race down the back straightaway, but Trevor Egbert with the momentum will take it.
Here comes Shepard as he slides up, trying to take the race lead from Egbert, and there's contact, he'll take it. Shepard takes the lead, Egbert is second, Wilkins has third, Gregory is fourth, and Urin rounds out your top 5 right now. Muirhead is 6th, 7th is Dabney, 8th is Gregory, 9th is Gibbon, 10th is White.
Shepard with that slide job wasn't 100% clean, but it was good enough. And Egbert, smart enough of a driver now to lift a little bit. There will be another time, another place for that. Let's not stuff them both in the wall right now. We got a spinner around right in front of the leaders, in front of the field. Caution, first caution on the night. We got 7 down and 13 to go.
And that caution should set up a pretty interesting restart. We'll see if Egbert will return that slider. Gotta assume it won't be in turns 1 and 2, but perhaps 3 and 4 on the first lap of this restart. You might see Egbert try to return the favor to the 17.
Well, I think that Egbert probably knows, hey, and so does Shepard. Hey, I gave you a little bit that time, so when I come back and do it again, I'm going to expect a little bit of room too. So, just good hard racing here in your IMCA Southern Sport Mods. First A feature of the night, Colin.
Absolutely. Excuse me, I've been calling the running order wrong the whole time. Robert Scrivener is riding in the 4th spot, not Garrett Gregory. Keep getting those white and orange cars with a little bit of silver mixed up, as there's a strong glow on the back straightaway from those machines. It's kind of hard to read the numbers sometimes. Those some really sharp looking race cars in the day, but at night when the lights hit them, it gets a little tough to read the number.
It does that. That was David Lackey in the 45L spinning around, bringing out our first caution.
So we got 7 laps down and 13 laps to go before we can crown a champion here in the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Very fast racetrack still. As to be expected, we can see plenty of moisture on the track when we're out there during the fan appreciation trick-or-treat deal. So it looks like Egbert a little indecisive on his lane choice, and now he's going to go to the inside and send Wilkins to the top.
What did you think about our trick-or-treat deal there, Colin?
Oh,
good turnout, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Lots of race cars on the track. Always interesting to see how many guys decide to go out there and give back to the fans.
Yep.
Some days you have a lot, some days you don't.
Yep.
Sometimes you're just not in the mood to go deal with
That's
people.
right. Or your car's broken.
Exactly.
You got to work on
fix the race car.
You got to work on that junk. So, all right.
Sometimes you forget the candy.
Lights will be going out. Shepard, see how long he makes him wait.
Good bit. And we will restart. Egbert to the inside of Wilkins. He's going to get a good restart. See if he can set up Shepard. He's going to go to the top. Shepard down to the bottom. Egbert rides the top. See if he can get a run down the back straightaway. Not what he's looking for.
Shepard now going to the top shelf of 3 and 4. You can see him right in that rim. Let the right rear rip the lift, and here we go down the front straightaway here. Shepard through the middle of 1 and 2 and the very top of 3 and 4. 70, okay, Kyle Wilkins now going to challenge the 78 of Egbert. We got a spinner up on the very top shelf. That's going to be Dabney in the 717.
We have another go around in junction. That is Painter.
Don Painter out of Austin.
As Wilkins has taken the second spot away, and we got one sailing way high. That's Greg Muirhead. The top qualifier from last night goes over the top of turns 3 and 4. Will stay green. Keep an eye on Paul White as he's up to 7th.
Had to come from the last chance qualifier. The P1 of Paul White.
Paul White started 12th. He runs 7th, so not quite as much progress there as I was thinking he had made. But as we saw when he won the reopening of RPM Speedway, he can get it done against any field. As Kieran on the very top side of the Speedway, we've seen quite a few sail off that spot. We've got quite a few still riding the very top.
Very thin line up there between the Hero and the Zero, but Brandon Guerin letting the car just a little free up on the top side, but he lets it get in straight, lets it hang the right rear, and then gets back on the gas.
Shepard starting to distance himself away from Wilkins, Egbert, Guerin, and Scribner.
Shepard half spun right there, had to gather the car back up underneath him, but he had enough of a lead over 2 seconds over the second place car of Kyle Wilkins.
Rowdy Holt pulls to the infield as Guerin continues to ride the very top side of the Speedway, trying to work his way around Egbert and Wilkins. Brandon Guerin trying to put on a show tonight. As again, we thank him for giving us some shirts last night, trying to put on a show for the hometown fans here at Heart of Texas Speedway. As where's your work? And down to it, 5 laps to go, as there's heavy lap traffic ahead for Shepard. As Dabney gets loose once again, he'll take a detour through the infield, will stay green.
Dabney back under power, right in front of Painter. Petty. Here comes Shepard now, getting into the backside with the 43 of Petty.
Phenomenal battle for 2nd through 5th. As Wilkins, Egbert, Guerin, and Scribner all right there. Shepard going to get into the lap traffic, trying to dispose of Petty down the back straightaway. He will. He's going to come to 2 to go this time.
Brandon Guerin working his way around the top side of Trevor Egbert. Very good battle, as you said, right there between Wilkins, Egbert, Guerin, and Scribner. White flag will be coming out this time for the 17 machine, Jeff Shepard.
Shepard has 2 lap cars right in front of him. He doesn't have to force the issue, but does he know that? He's got 1 more circuit around the Speedway. He doesn't have to pass those cars, but is he going to be aggressive and try to get around them? He'll get around the 3 down the back straightaway, and he's going to try to split them. Shepard's going to dive to the bottom, fly to the top, and he is your IMCA Sport Mod Fall Classic champion. Guerin steals 2nd, Wilkins is 3rd, Egbert's 4th, and Scribner rounds out your top 5.
In the Victory Lane. O'Reilly Auto Parts Victory Lane, the 17 machine, Jeff Shepard. Y'all let him hear you once he gets out of that race car. Let him hear you, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff Shepard. Old man, get up on that car. Hugs and loves all the way around for everybody.
Yeah, it's hard on him when we miss Friday night. Football comes Friday, and then he got to work his butt off.
Jeff Shepard, commanding, just impressive run in your IMCA Southern Sport Modern. How'd it feel out there? Who all you got to thank?
And it felt great. I want to thank Heart of Texas. Every year, you know, they do a great job, do the best they can with what they have. Mother Nature. I got to thank, man, my family, my wife and son at home still. My daughters, grandkids, one of them's here tonight. Everybody helps me on the race car. Generation Race Car and DFAB helped put this thing together, Dynamic Fabrication Solutions. And my guys in the shop, Charles, Ryan, Trey, everybody that's been helping me lately. Justin Long for everything he has done, man. He's done more than anybody that, you know, that I deserve, that's for sure. So, Generation Race Cars, Fletcher Motorsports, Russ has been awesome these last few weeks. W Electric, Cornerstone Plumbing, Extreme Steam, Brake and Clutch Supply, Supreme Vinyl, Bell Clearing. I know I'm forgetting people, but man, I can't do it without them. I appreciate it. Thank you, Joe, for what you do for the racers, Junior Limiteds, and everybody else. Thanks, Race on Texas, for riding with me tonight. They brought me some luck this weekend.
Awesome job, Jeff Shepard, your IMCA Southern Sport Mod 25th Fall Classic winner. $2,000, Richard. Up next, Outlaw Street Stocks on the track.
So here is the lineup for the A main of the Outlaw Street Stocks. $2,000 to the winner. On the pole, it's going to be Benji Kirkpatrick in the 13. His outside, by far the most dominant driver last night. Out of McGregor, Texas, that's Brandon Hood in the 1B. Inside of row number 2, out of Burleson, Texas, it's going to be the 116 of Damon Hammond. And his outside, Wade White in the Hitman Designs, number 68. Inside of row number 3, it's going to be the 68B of Ryan Hopkins in the Hitman Design sponsored number 68B. To his outside, Trey Votaw in the 716. Inside of row number 4, it's going to be the 76S of Cody Daniel out of Waco, Texas. And to his outside, out of Belmead, Texas, the 225 of Jeff Williams. Inside of row number 5, out of Kilgore, Texas, that's the 93 of Tracy Cundiff. And to his outside, out of Tyler, Texas, the Jeff Bates Racing Engines, number 14X of Alex Bates.
Inside row number 6 at 32, that's Smoking Joe Williams. And the outside, the 42 of Mark Guerin. Inside row number 7 at 13, that's the boss man, Jerry Friedrich. And the outside to 8 of Barry Gaston. Inside row number 8, the 0M of Dylan Glass. And the outside to 48 of Michael Land. Inside row number 9, number 1 of Danny Sikora, and the outside to 07 JD Joe Morales. Row number 10, at 60 of Tim Ellis on the inside, and the outside to 714 of Charles Mulvaney. Inside row 11, the 2 of Joe Garcia, outside the old man himself, the 22 of Ed Thompson. Inside row number 12, the 892 of Josh Whitehead, and the outside to 31 of Larry Phelan.
So got 24 car schedule, got 23 out there. Race on Texas fans, you are riding with the 76S of Cody Daniel on the onboard camera here for RaceOnTexas.com as the lights go out here in the Outlaw Street Stocks.
Take a ride with the Superman, Cody Daniel, the original gangster from Waco way back. Here we go. Should be a good race up front between the 13 of, well, it's actually the 47-25 of Benji Kirkpatrick and the 1B of Brandon Hood, the hood rat. Hood Rat up on the top shelf. Dang it, Benji Kirkpatrick on the bottom side. Benji a little bit tight, gonna push up the racetrack a little bit. Had to check up, and that's gonna let Brandon Hood get by him. Brandon Hood was very free right through the middle of the race car. Very free right through the middle of the turn, I should say. That lets him rotate the car and then get such drive off. Trey Votaw way up on the top shelf, red.
Red flag, Alex Bates, heavy contact on the back straightaway.
I have no idea. I was watching.
We go immediately red, heavy damage there to the rear end of the 14X.
Safety crew checking on the 14X. That's Alex Bates. Got a few sponsors we want to thank. Sign This, Designs of Waco, helping us out. Along with Race on Texas, of course. Pro Star Rental. And I lost all of them. Bell Clearing, Smiley's Racing Products, Stitch This Embroidery, that's the Merritts. Gonna go back yellow, we're gonna get back rolling. Elevate Automotive, Dirt Defender, CRS Suspensions, Smiley's Race Products, Spillman Excavating. And I know we forgot some, but without all those partners, we would not be able to do what we did. Subway, Honey's Roofing, very fast pace early on in this race. You know, with the street stocks, they can run the same tire as a sport mod, so it's a little softer H500 tire. So they hook up a lot better than, say, the stock cars do. Unlimited cubic inches. Big spoiler. All that equals is fast cars. Quick change rear ends. Brin or Falcon type transmissions.
So once again, we thank you all for joining us on RaceOnTexas.com. If you're joining us from Sabine Speedway, just ramped up their championship night, or perhaps the Rocket Raceway Park, as they just concluded the 7th annual SmackDown, as Mitchell Clement wins the factory stocks in the 7th annual SmackDown, $5,000 there for the 32 XXX up at the Rocket Raceway Park.
Mitchell Clement won here, I believe it was last year when the Tom Series came. I believe he's in the 32 machine. Big Mike McCarthy making his way across the racetrack. Big thanks to him. helps us every week in and week out, behind the scenes with the marketing. David Sisk says, hey, let's go one this time. One to go. One lap down. 19 long laps to go. Always curious after a long caution. Did their tires seal over?
So the lights go out. We're going to go back to green. Hood has the lead. Kirkpatrick is second. And we'll see what Benji can do here on the restart.
Brandon Hood with a heck of a run down the back straightaway. Going to pull the entire field by about 8 to 10 car lengths on lap number 1.
We'll see how it goes, as last night he was a full second faster than everybody else. It looks like he may still be on that pace.
I watched Benji Kirkpatrick hot lap earlier on. That car sounded like it had a jet engine in it. It doesn't seem to have anything for Brandon Hood, the Hood Rat. Got 2, turned the wrong way. Caution number 2 in this very, very early race.
For reference, on the My Race Pass app, if you have the live timing and scoring, that last time by Hood ran a 16.4, as Kirkpatrick sitting there with a 17.1, so 7/10 quicker per lap. He had a 1.5 second advantage after 2 laps.
Jeez. 7/10, so we're going to go 20 laps. So that's 14 seconds, is that correct? If my math is right?
About right.
And so if we go 14 seconds and they're running 16-second laps, he'll almost lap them. Now we know that that's not reality. That's just kind of what the numbers say. But
there's a lot of consistency in getting through these
yes.
cars a little bit quicker as well. Got to get through the whole field to be able to lap second and third. We're a long way away from that.
Colin, where do your big block modifieds run at next?
So our regular season is over, but we'll have the Short Track Super Series Cajun Swing November 8th through the 12th. The 8th and 9th will be at Rocket Raceway Park. The 10th will be at Arclotech Speedway, my home track where I announce. And then the finales, that will be Friday night at Boot Hill Speedway and Saturday night at Boot Hill Speedway, a $20,000 to win finale to cap off the 50th anniversary season of Boot Hill Speedway.
Wow. Where do most of those cars come from? I always, when I hear big block modifieds, I think of, Midways, or even up north like, New York and stuff. Where do most of them come from?
Pennsylvania, New York, Delaware, New Jersey. Few Canadian drivers ride with the Short Track Super Series. We haven't had Canadians come down to the Cajun Swing yet. But we've got some new guys said they're going to come down this year. Billy Pouch Jr., the son of one of the most legendary modified drivers in the country. Stuart Friesen, NASCAR driver. Matt Shepard, probably the best modified driver in the country right now. We've had Larry White down before. Brett Hearn was one of the most legendary names. Not sure if he's going to come down. He typically runs dirt car sanctioning instead of Short Track Super Series. But there should be about somewhere between 12 to 20 of those guys coming down, and we'll combine them with our about 18 to 25 we got down here, and hopefully hit 35 to 40 at a few of those nights. Running 4,000 to win at a minimum each night. And
very nice. 60 of Tim Ellis on the hook being towed off.
Like we said yesterday, we'd love to come over here and trying to grow that series. As you know, working with Tom, it takes time to grow a series. Our second year of existence, we're averaging 18 cars a night in a place where there are no races outside of our sanctioning.
Right.
So doing pretty dang good to gain about 8 new cars this year.
Yeah, it's very hard to ask those guys to pull all the way down here.
Yeah. 200 to start each race helps.
Especially with $5 a gallon diesel.
Yep.
Terrible.
Here we go, 18 to go, as we're going to go back to the green in the Outlaw Street Stocks.
Once again, Brandon Hood with the jump. 47.25, but Benji Kirkpatrick on the inside, the 116 and Damon Hammond on the outside.
Well, I've found myself saying this a few times this year, but if the race leader went down there, this would be one heck of a race for the race lead. And he's on a completely different level than everybody else right now, almost as if he's running a different tire. completely different style of car. He's running late model lap times compared to their stock car, street stocks, I should say. As again, he was 9/10 faster than the second place car that last time by.
Going to be the 68 of Wade White on the bottom side. BG Kirkpatrick up on the top shelf. Followed by your in-car camera, the 76, Cody Daniel. Daniel with a good run. Got a new body on that hot rod. Have you ever met Brandon Hood? Wait till he climbs out of that race car. You'll wonder how he gets his big butt around there.
I tried to interview him yesterday, but he wasn't over by his car, so.
You got to take a cheeseburger. That's the only way he'll talk to you. You got to take him a cheeseburger.
He's
just a good guy.
3.9 seconds ahead. And this has just been a 4-lap dash here.
Yeah.
As we got one car slowing and exiting the Speedway. That is the 07 of Joe Morales, I believe.
Joe Morales, Cody Daniels' buddy. Made the trip down. Still going to be.
Looks like we're going to lose Gaston as well.
Brandon Hood going to start working underneath the 714. Now going to go down the back straightaway. Try to get around the 2. Joe Garcia. Going to jump to the top shelf now is Brandon Hood. Going to let that right rear dig into that lip. He might have found a better way around anyways. Now going to jump back to the bottom and get underneath Ed Thompson. It's going to be Brandon Hood. BG Kirkpatrick now has opened up that second place lead over Wade White. Cody Daniel with a good run on the bottom side underneath Wade White.
Here comes Motaz. He's trying to work his way back. He slipped up, spun off the top side of the Speedway right before our red flag came out. I don't think he got punished any positions, but now he's working the top side of the Speedway trying to chase down White and Daniel. As it is now a 5.6-second lead for Hood.
A little over a third of a lap. Daniel on the bottom side, Wade White up on the top shelf. Joe Williams very slow up on the top of 3 and 4. We're going to keep it going.
He's got a right front problem. Looks like a bent axle.
Something on the right front. Yeah. Broke a tie rod or at least towed out.
He will clear the Speedway, will stay green, and Williams, the other Williams, ends up facing the wrong direction. Attached to a tractor tire there in turn 4, the caution will come out.
Good job, Billy Mizzolio.
Negating a 6.5-second advantage for Hood.
Wow.
Since we have the ability, and I pay the extra $4 to see all these numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Let's look. The fastest lap for Hood in this race has been a 16.209. 16.2. Kirkpatrick's fastest a 17.0.
Jeez. That's only 8/10.
Let's put Hood out there with the modifieds. Let him start last 20th with the mods and see what he can do.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see that compared to late model times here at the Heart of Texas Speedway.
You know, we had the big 3 here a couple weeks ago.
Exactly.
We raced the sprint cars, the 305 sprints. We raced the late models, and we raced the Tom's Outlaw Modifieds. At the end of the night, we ran all 3 classes together. 4 cars from each class. The sprint car started up front. They had to run 12 laps. The late models started second. They had to run 11 laps. And then the modifieds, the modifieds was second, and the late models was third. And the modifieds only had to run 10 laps. And talk about a scoring nightmare. The flagman had to go, so I had to flag the race. But in the end, the late models won it. Dean Abbey, of all people, he got to lap 11. As he was at the flag stand, the sprint cars were coming out of 4 about to lap him, and that was the difference between that. Pretty interesting to do. We had done that at Stephenville, and a Sport Mod won it there when we did that probably 5 or 6 years ago. Like I said, it's kind of a nightmare to score, but it's really fun to watch. You get a little concerned with the sprint cars out there, you know, slicing and dicing, and you got a full, big body car, like a late model. We had to warn them in the drivers' meetings. Okay, guys, this is an exhibition. It does pay money, but it's more for fun. I don't need a late model going in there during a sprint car, an initial start.
Absolutely.
But it was good. It was fun. I like doing different stuff.
So 12 laps down, 8 laps to go here in the Outlaw Street Stocks. As Brandon Hood absolutely dominating right now. As Benji Kirkpatrick sits in second, third is Wade White, fourth is Cody Daniel, and rounding out your top 5 is Trey Votah. Ryan Hopkins sits in 6th, 7th is Damon Hammond, 8th is Jeff Williams. Correction, Williams was the last caution, so 8th will be Dylan Glass. 9th is Tracy Cundiff, and 10th, Mark Gearin. There we go. I had it, I lost it, and I got it back. It looks like Mike Land dragging a side panel with him.
Yeah, I believe that's either his door or it might be his right rear fender. Kind of expect it to get knocked off, probably cause the caution.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Mike Land sponsored kids pit pass for tonight for the Junior Limited, so thanks. We had a lot of people step up for that. I got all the sponsors together, ended up getting all of their entry fees paid, so the kiddos and the parents didn't have to have that cost. Billy Williams came up, gave me 20 bucks, said, hey, I want to make that a hard charger for tonight for the kiddos. So, little bumper cars. Green flag. Just nobody has anything for the Hood Rat.
Here comes Votah on the top side. He's going to go around Daniel for the 4th spot. See if maybe the 716 found something on the top.
Woo. Little dicey, little sketchy up on that top shelf. All the way up. And now Benji Kirkpatrick's up there. That's going to let Wade White get by Benji. Caution. Hey, guess. I'll give you one guess what the caution's for, Colin. One guess. Yes, sir.
Something orange on the racetrack.
The door off of Mike Land's car. I didn't see Mike Land get in a big wreck, but man, he's got a lot of damage to that 48
he
machine.
hit something pretty hard on the right side. I don't know if he hit a wall or a car.
Something hit him pretty hard. I mean, look at the door. It almost looks like the door bars maybe been in on that machine. Can't really see.
Well, it looks like he's being charged with the caution. Perhaps he should go see a track official and get the rest of that pulled off. Or we have another issue.
We're not going to think ahead like that, Colin. Just stop. Stop with common sense. We'll just let the rivets of that bumper cover hold that on there for 4 laps.
Sounds good. 7 to go here in the Outlaw Street Stocks as Brandon Hood continues to dominate. Had worked himself out into a 1.2 second advantage right there in 1 lap.
Wow.
And, we're going to try it again here. So the lights will go out this time. Flag been showing them 1 to go. We'll start at the back straightaway 3 or 4, wherever Hood decides to go.
The old modified Waco restart, we like to call it. Some of them call it Delaware restart.
As the lights go out, here we go. Hood gonna lead us back to the green flag, followed by Wade and the 13 of Kirkpatrick.
Wade White with the better restart that time was up on Hood Rat's rear bumper, but now down the back straightaway and Hood pulls him by 4 car lengths. Hood down on the very bottom of the racetrack. Wade White running through the middle of the racetrack. Kirkpatrick all the way up on the top side. Kirkpatrick all the way up on the top side. So is Trey Votah. Votah now down the back straightaway. But it is going to be the Hood Rat.
This is incredible right here, Joe, because Hood is just getting faster.
Yeah. Track's probably taking a little bit of rubber.
As Williams spins off the top of turn number 4. And we're going to go back under the caution conditions here.
I believe that's number 2 for Williams. I may be wrong.
A few cautions here which to this point of the race, it doesn't seem like anyone's going to challenge Hood, so we're just delaying the inevitable is what it seems. I believe that's the 5th or 6th caution here in the Outlaw Street Stock A.
I believe that's the second one for Williams in the 225.
So we do have a shout out on Race on Texas. Chris Franks is watching, says we're doing an awesome job watching from Anderson, Illinois, Indiana. He was formerly from Kilgore, Texas.
Oh.
We have exceeded our 20-minute limit. This time, guy, it'll be green, white, checker. Just FYI.
20 minutes is up. We are going to go green, white, checker this time. That's one of the deals we do here at Heart of Texas Speedway. 20 minutes is our limit. Green, white, and a checkered. For the Hood Rat.
Well,
and like you said,
desperation time. See if anyone has anything for him. I think they would have shown it by now. But
yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Like I said it last night, like, what do you do when the guy's a full second
Just
faster
on
than
a
you?
completely
Like, what
different
can you
time
do?
zone. Throw some nails out the side of your window and hope he gets a flat.
He might still be a 4th place car with a flat. He probably would be.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
As we'll go green, white, checkered now as we have exceeded the time limit on the Outlaw Street Stocks. $2,000 up for grabs here. And we'll see the winner in 2 laps. Hood leads us back to green with white and Kirkpatrick right there, ready to pounce on any opportunity they are given. But Hood's not giving anything tonight.
Kirkpatrick gets underneath Wade White, rubs him just a little bit down the front and back straightaway.
Caution flag waves.
We got more debris. It's not orange this time, my friend. I don't know what the heck it is, but it's not orange.
So we'll try it again. As this is a feature number 2 of 6 tonight. Still have the IMCA modifieds, the IMCA stock cars, the junior limiteds, as well as the factory stocks to go. So 4 more features to go here after this one. 3 of those being $2,000 to win, with the exception being the rookie limiteds. As, I believe, Joe, you know a little bit better on what they're racing to win for than me.
I believe it's $500 to win for the junior limiteds tonight.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Might be 2, but I'm pretty sure it's 5. Yeah, it's 5.
Down the back straightaway, lights go out, hopefully for the final time before we see the checkered. As Hood gonna lead us back to the green for hopefully one more final time, as heavy contact between White and Kirkpatrick, as we're gonna go 4 wide down the front straightaway. And they are not getting out of the gas, and that is not a good one. Kirkpatrick drilled in the right door by Mike Land in the 48. We got carnage on the front straightaway.
Yeah, I was going to tell you earlier when Kirkpatrick kind of roughed up Wade White going down the back straightaway that that may not end up well, and I knew that was probably going to start something bad. Wade White doesn't usually take to rubbing too kindly. So red flag now for the carnage on the front stretch. Big Mike going to go down and probably going to do a little refereeing in the pit area between Wade White and Kirkpatrick. Colin, I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say Wade White and Kirkpatrick are not going to spend Christmas dinner together.
Well, Kirkpatrick has reemerged. That might be the quickest change tire in history if he had a flat there. Or perhaps he just went to check on the car and they said it was good. Looks like very minimal damage for that car for how hard it hit the wall.
For the carnage on the front straightaway.
Land drilled him in the left side door. Doesn't seem to be a dent.
Jeez.
He's got the strongest middle. Going to lead us back to the green for hopefully one more final time as heavy contact between White and Kirkpatrick as we're going to go 4 wide down the front straightaway. And they are not getting out of the gas, and that is not a good one. Kirkpatrick drilled in the right door by Mike once again. See if Hood can hold off Daniel and Votaw as those two cars are now moved up a row. As Glass returns as well in the 0M. Changed the flat right rear on that machine.
Here we go. Cody Daniel with a good start right there. Going to get up in front of Votaw. Got a little right rear rub on his skirt there. Votaw on the top shelf. Going to be Brandon Hood, going to work right around the tires, let it rotate. White flag is out. Brandon Hood has led it from the green. Brandon Hood, Cody Daniel on the bottom, and Votaw up on the top side. As you said earlier, if it wouldn't be for Brandon Hood, we'd have a heck of a race for that first place.
I got a spelling bee for you. G-O-N-E. He's gone. As Hood's gonna win it, Daniel finishes in the second position. Third goes to Votaw. Fourth will be Hammond, and Guerin rounds out your top 5. As Votaw faces the wrong direction after the finish down in turn number 2.
What did you say? They took him to McGapplebee's? Is that what you said earlier? Your great joke?
The 2 for 24 and Gapplebee's.
Yeah, they went.
Instead of Applebee's, it's Gapplebee's.
Yeah, they went to Gapplebee's.
Yeah, he gapped him by 2.1 seconds in 2 laps. He fast.
Climbing out of that hot rod, the 1B, Brandon Hood, the Hood Rat. Y'all give it up for the big guy. Dominating race tonight by the 1B of Brandon Hood. Hood Rat!
What's up?
What's up, buddy?
Oh, trying to make it.
Man, you talk about a dominating fashion tonight. 2 seconds over everybody else all night long. How'd you do it?
Well, first off, I heard there was a buffet at the end. Yeah, no, Demetrius Carter built a heck of a race car. We've been building this car for a year, and it's a good one. I got to thank Socorro Truck and Trailer, AAA Rebel, Strobel Motorsports, my wife, Chrissy and the kids, my sister, Brent Mayfield, Kenny Merritt, Jack Jenkins for the horsepower, Earl 41 Shocks. Everybody helped out with this hot rod.
Well, you did an amazing job tonight. Sign this. We're going to give it away to one lucky fan. Thanks to Little Stitches. Hood Rat, impressive, buddy. Congrats.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. That never gets old. Thousand people here, and I missed every one of them. That's amazing. You're right about that. I heard you.
So it looks like we're going to go with the IMCA Modifieds next, tweaking the running order just a little bit. Has got a few new Modifieds tonight that weren't here last night, and some of the fastest guys in the South are going to have to start at the rear of this one. As they'll go 20 laps, $2,000 to win here for the IMCA Modifieds. As they had a redraw, that car that sits third right now, David Good Jr., he won it last night. Looks like he redrew the 3. So here is your starting lineup for the IMCA Modifieds. On the pole out of Waco, Texas in the 5, it's going to be Kevin Green to his outside. Out of Robinson, Texas, the 45T of Eric Tomlinson.
Inside row number 2, David Good Jr. on the outside, that's Matthew Day in a 54.
Inside of row number 3, that's going to be Jeff Needham out of Ennis, Texas in the 99. And his outside, riding with the Race On Texas in-car camera, that's going to be Willie G. William Gould in the 60.
Inside row number 4, the 9 of Kevin Rutherford, and the outside, the 19C of Chad Guest.
Inside of row number 5, the 33C, that is Carl Large Jr. out of Bovilla, Texas. To his outside, Michael Swaylock in the 4S out of Ennis.
Inside row number 6, the 48R, that's my buddy Raymond McSpadden, and on the outside, the 420, J.D. Baker.
On the inside of row number 7, that's Wade Pistol Jr. in the 10, and to his outside, Wade Pistol in the 44.
Inside row number 8, the 12 of Jason Ingalls making the pull, and the outside, that's my buddy, the Troy Taylor in a 94.
Inside of row number 8, in the Bang Energy RaceOnTexas.com, number 130, it's Chase Allen, and to his outside, out of Rockford, Ohio in the 54, it's Zachary Hawk.
Shotgun, my buddy Jack Sarton in the 47. Some of these guys, a lot of these guys weren't here last night. They are having to start deep in the pack. Just a little note, we are now racing the Tom's Outlaw rules. So we have been IMCA all year long, but this race is a Tom's rules race, not a Tom's race particularly, but it is Tom's rules.
Here we go. Green and Tomlinson get us started as Day, Tomlinson, and Good go 3 wide per second. Immediately, Good going to try to force his way through, and he makes contact with Day Spitz towards the infield, narrowly avoiding our camera lady. As Willie G going to throw it to the top side of the speedway. You're river riding with him on RaceOnTexas.com. Green leads, Tomlinson second, Gould has third. Fourth is Day, and fifth is Needham. Look at Chase Allen on the top side of the speedway.
Willie G always makes it fun and interesting. He will go where nobody else is. And if it's a rutted up, roughed up truck, this is favorite. So up on the top shelf, gonna let it rip the lip. Day and Jude got together on that initial start, put Jude behind the 8-ball. But it's still gonna be Green with the lead, followed by the 45T of Thomason, Willie Gould, and then Matthew Day.
Right at the very top side of the speedway, the 130 of Chase Allen. He's been running with the Summer Nationals Hell Tour all year, racing against Nick Hoffman, and said he's learned a lot racing against those guys, getting to race multiple rights of the week. As he's working the top side of the speedway, started 17th, and now he takes 7th away from Rutherford.
All the way up on the top shelf. You got to wonder how long can that top shelf hold it before that lip does go away. But right now, it is an impressive run by Chase Allen.
He's going to take 6th away from Needham at the line that time, 5th. As Jason Ingalls trying to follow him on the top side, 17th to 5th in 5 laps.
Kevin Green with the lead, though, from the beginning. Last night had the lead in the A qualifier on slipped up a little bit. That let David Good get by.
Here comes Matthew Day. It looks like he's found the top side of the speedway that Chase Allen was just using. And they're going to have to dive below the 420.
J.D. Baker.
J.D. Baker. As all three cars get by, and now Day going to take the lead down the next straightaway. He's going to slide down, trying to cut the nose off of the 503.
I never really understood that. He made up all of the room and made the pass on the top side, and immediately dives down to the bottom. You know you're fast up there, but it is a live or die type of situation up on the top side. The Tom
Gets to the bottom, can't quite hold it as well as he would like to, but it's not going to cost him yet. Green's now second. Tomlinson is third. Fourth is Gould. Fifth is Allen. Sixth is Rutherford. Seventh, Ingalls. Eighth, Needham. Ninth, Troy Taylor. And 10th is Jack Sarton.
Chase Allen now up into that fourth position, working underneath Gould, going to slide up in front of it. Gould's going to give it a little love tap.
As Ingalls going to take the sixth spot away from the 9 of Rutherford. So Chase Allen and Jason Ingalls, new arrivals tonight. And they're showing why they didn't feel like showing up last night.
Halfway down, just past halfway. We got 11 down, 9 to go. But it is now Matthew Day way out front.
Not trying to jinx anybody, but a caution flag would make this race really interesting right now.
I was thinking it. I wasn't going to say anything.
I'll say it. I want to see a good race. But right now, Matthew Day out front. Talked about it last night. He struggled a little bit in the heat race, but all that matters is tonight and these 20 laps. Kevin Green's in second. Third is Eric Tomlinson. Chase Allen's fourth. As here comes Jason Ingalls to the inside of William Gould. They make contact for fifth. Ingalls takes the fifth spot away. Jason Ingalls in the IRP race car, Mr. Plummer, 1-3 design number 12 machine. As Gould tries to get back at him, and Gould going to sail to the top side of turn 1 and 2. And a caution flag will wave. We asked for it and we got it.
Gould had a high-speed wobble.
I think he was trying to get him.
It happened at Kennedale one time. He had a high-speed wobble.
Yeah, they're not exactly happy with each other.
Once again, not on each other's Christmas list.
Yeah, Gould was trying to hold the bottom. Ingalls had the momentum, and they just kind of ran out of space. As looks like Gould will head to the pits. And that's going to set up a very intriguing restart with 6 laps to go. Day has the race lead. Green is second. Tomlinson's third. Fourth is Chase Allen, and fifth is Jason Ingalls.
Chase Allen and Ingalls.
Ingalls and Allen playing some mind games. I know they're buddies. Ingalls registered Allen, and actually the way they lined them up was in order of registering. So if Jason didn't go register Chase, he'd have started 2 spots further back, like Jack Sarton did.
I think Ingalls was looking for a little information on his right side there. He knows that it's jacked up and wanted to make sure there wasn't in the tire or anything wrong. I think that's what Ingalls was doing there.
See, that's a racer thing that I wouldn't know.
Yeah. I mean, he can see in the car that the right side's jacked up. He just wants to make sure nothing's in the tire, nothing's causing any harm.
It's all good because his son-in-law, 1-3 Designs, Lane Smith, will just get him a new wrap.
Just get a new wrap.
Yeah, I was talking to him at Arklotech Speedway last week, the Cajun Classic, and he said Lane's just been doing whatever he wants on it. They just give it to him and said, go nuts. Jason sported about 6 different paint schemes this year, and they've all looked phenomenal. As I believe Lane in his second year of doing wraps over there at 1-3 Design, and there's some really sharp race cars coming out of that shop. Jason builds the IRP race car, Lane puts the wrap on it, and it wins a few races later on. Well, so it looks like we're going to go 1 lap back in the scoring, and we'll have 7 to go. As it's going to get interesting. We'll see if Ingalls continues to ride the top side like he was when he was following Allen.
Well,
got the top 3 that were all competitive last night as the race winner of Good sitting way back in about 12th.
Curious to see what Chase Allen does here. He's going to go to the bottom. God, that's a free race car. Man, it rotates right around the tires really well.
Here comes Jason Ingalls to the top side. He's going to throw it to the very top. Go 3 wide with Troy Taylor and Chase Allen as he catches up to Tomlinson quickly. Tomlinson gets a bit loose. Here comes Ingles to the outside down the back straightaway. Green catching Day up front as Ingles gets high, maybe a bit too high, but he's going to get the run off and he stays in fourth. So Day works the top, so does Ingles, as Ingles going to come after Tomlinson again. He's going to cross under. Tomlinson slides up, Ingles crosses under, they make door-to-door contact. On the inside, Tomlinson's trying to squeeze him, Ingles gets by. Here comes Tomlinson back to the inside of Ingles as they battle for the third spot. Day's out front, Green has second. Ingles third in the line for this Tomlinson. And rounding out your top 5 now, Troy Taylor. 2 laps to go this time for Matthew Day.
Matthew Day has been a very fast hot rod. Like you said yesterday, struggled a little bit, but it all matters today.
Swaylock going to take a detour through the infield in the 4S, but we're staying green. Jason Ingles sitting in third, praying for a caution. White flag waves for Day.
Day, multiple features of 420 JD Baker.
Baker spins on the top of turn 4, but it's not going to matter. Checkered flags, Day is your champion. Kevin Green is second, Jason Ingles third, Eric Tomlinson's fourth, and Chase Allen rounds out your top 5. Just as we have another car spin right there next to Baker. That is Zachary Hawk in the 54. But the 54T of Matthew Day going to cash in on $2,000 here in the IMCA Modifieds as he'll park it in the heart of Texas Speedway Victory Lane, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. As Joe going to go down and get a word with your race winner, Matthew Day.
Matthew Day unhooking all of his harness, seat belts, helmets off. Your 25th annual Fall Classic Outlaw Modified winner, 54T. Matthew Day is out of the race car. Excited kid. How fun was that to watch, buddy?
I don't know how fun it was to watch, but it sure was a lot of fun driving.
Car was on a rail. Wherever you needed to go, the top side, the bottom side, it didn't matter. It's just like driving a Cadillac out there, it looked like.
Yeah, track was real tricky. Ever since we went to Boone, this thing's really came alive. I mean, them guys up north are no joke, and we had to step up our game to keep up, and thanks to Dave Kane, we were able to step it up, and I think it shows down here.
Excellent, excellent job. Who all helped you get here tonight, Matthew?
Dave Kane Racing, we were talking to him yesterday. He had a similar issue with his car I was fighting yesterday, and he gave us a little adjustment that made a big difference. Car wasn't skating on entry at all anymore, so we were able to go forward with it. My mom and dad, SD Rectors, little brother Mason, he's helped. HB Oil, they supply all the oil for the car. Smiley's, Napa, Wells Racing does all our tuning, and Longhorn Chassis, they built a badass race car.
Well, awesome. Glad you're here tonight. Get us a signature on this hat, and then we'll get into our Junior Limiteds up next. Once again, Matthew Day, your Outlaw Modified winner here at the Fall Classic. Excellent job, buddy.
Thank you.
Looked really good.
So it is time for the Junior Limiteds as they enter the Speedway for their A feature, scheduled 20 laps in distance.
Junior Limited's now on the racetrack. The stars of tomorrow. Jeff Bowser in a 730 out front and outside Mason Warren in a 75. Inside row number 2, the 7C of Colton Abshear. Outside the 08 of Caden Morosky. Inside row number 3, the 18K Caleb Merritt, and the outside the 10C of Colton Birmingham. Inside row number 4, the 89 of Wyatt Sexton, and the outside the 17N of Zachary Manthe. Inside row number 5, the 707 PJ Egbert, and the outside the 7L of Davis Lamister. Inside row number 6, the 10 of Brady Garrett, and the outside the 11 of Michael Williams. Inside row 7, 30, Brady Sexton, the outside Gunnar Garrett, and 1G. Shotgun on the field of 59, Eli Oliveri, and the outside Sasha Hope.
Here we go. The race lead early goes to Bowser as Absher shoots to the second spot. Contact for third between Morovsky and the 75 as the 18 ends up in the tractor tire. And a lot of carnage as we got debris flying on the front straightaway, and the caution flag will wave.
I believe, is that a hood or is that a fuel deck?
The 18 of Caleb Merritt ends up in the tractor tire down there in the middle of 3 and 4. And he's got some black sheet metal sitting on the racetrack.
Let's try to see what race car that came off of.
Some heavy damage to the right side of the 89 machine. Not seeing anything significantly missing from any of these cars.
No. I saw it fly up and fly off, but I have no idea where it came from.
Well, we're going to go for an original restart. And the 18 going to be able to rejoin us. That is the 18 of Caleb Merritt. So we're going to go for an original restart. Looks like the 89 going to pull towards the infield. Make sure everything's good on that race car. As Merritt tried it, now he got a right front flat.
Merritt, by the way, they're the ones that made the hats that we've been giving out and the t-shirts we gave away. Little stitches on embroidery, thanks to the Merritts, Renee and Kenny. See if he's got a spare tire, if he's in the hot pit. I'm not sure if they got a tire in the jack.
Well, wow, look at this, you know.
What do we got?
We got the opposite of hate mail. We got a compliment.
That doesn't happen very often.
I know I'm going to mess this name up, but
well, I know Werner.
Werner says the announcing Saturday night was the best on Race on Texas this year. Great racing for sure.
That's because you're here, dude.
Well, we appreciate you, man.
Thanks, Werner. I know Werner for a long time ago at Stephenville. Good guy.
So we're going to go for an original restart here in the Junior Limiteds. We only got 2 more A's after this. We'll have the IMCA stock cars. Really excited to see that one, and then we'll cap it off with the factory stocks.
You know, I got to say it at least once tonight.
Oh, yeah. We know it's coming.
I've gotten so much mail that they want me to say it. It's like, when are you going to call them that? When are you going to call them that name? Here we go.
You mean that word?
The B word. Call the factories the B word.
As we got 3 of them combined over there in turn 1, we're going to stay green. Great job, kiddos. We're staying green.
Caleb Merritt makes it back out before they all pass, so he's still out there.
Bowser has the race lead, followed by Warren. Third is Absher. Morovsky in 4th. Rounding out your top 5 is Sexton.
Bowser, the grandson of David Good.
Ooh, here comes an Egbert. He's going to take the 5th spot away from Sexton, perhaps. At the line, yes, he will. Now he He's going to come after Moravsky. On the outside, squeezing by them, right by the wall, between the wall and Moravsky. He'll take fourth. PJ Egbert trying to work his way as Moravsky gets in a bit too hot. Gonna make a 360 and make more contact with the 89. That car's trying to fly away.
Poor Sexton, he cannot catch a break no matter what.
Flag waves as we have a few more cars colliding. And is the 11W of Williams, along with Olivari in the 59.
Wyatt Sexton cannot catch a break. The right side's been destroyed. Now the left side's been destroyed. And he's just trying to get around the racetrack, everybody. By the way, Billy Williams put up 20 bucks for this race for the hard charger. That might be PJ Egbert. Let's see, he started 9th up to 5th, and it's not over yet. So that might be PJ. Thanks again, Billy Williams, driver of a street stock and also an enduro car. Don't forget, we will have an enduro here, the Big Chill, I believe we're calling it, in February. We haven't nailed down that date yet, but we will be having that enduro. If you've never been to enduro, you should come try it. Of course, the Lone Star 600, the mother of all enduros. Race on Texas not only supports that deal, but they also help with the scoring. They, at the end of the day, they go back through and watch all the laps and verify that that car that passed that flag stand at that time was there. It's a very integral part of that deal. So Chris David once again, Race on Texas, helping out, racing across not only Texas anymore, but Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana.
And who knows where else soon.
Who knows where they're going to be
Actually, we've
next.
been all over the country this year
Yeah.
with the ASCS National Tour. Caleb McFarland been traveling with the American Sprint Car Series all over the country there, bringing us live action. We've been live on RaceOnTexas.com with every National Tour race this year, to my knowledge.
Wow. Tony Fetters.
Oh, Tony.
The guru he is. I remember when he first started at Race on Texas. He's about a 12-year-old kid, it looked like.
So you'll get a kick out of this. We had the in-car camera on William Gould.
Yes.
And Tony told me he happened to be live on William while William saluted Jason Ingalls.
Told him he was number one, did he?
Absolutely.
You're number one.
For all of tens of people to see.
Tens of people.
I'm assuming tens because I've only gotten about 2 messages tonight. If you're watching on Race on Texas, let us know. You can message me at Colin Bell Dirt Track Announcer or my personal page, Colin Bell. Got Joe Spillman here.
Oh, everybody knows I'm a Facebook idiot.
He got
so.
like 1 million messages last night. I got like 2. He's popular. I'm not.
Yeah, something.
I'm new to this area, so.
Something like that.
There are about 10 people in the pits that know who I am.
What's up, buddy? Another night?
As we are getting Williams hooked up. Looks like he's going to need assistance off the speedway as we got 2 laps down, 18 to go here in the Junior Limiteds. As there's a flat right tire on Olivari's number 59 machine. That's a good-looking race car right there. Got to love the flames.
It's
a classic flame scheme is hard to beat.
Well, yeah. It's amazing. A lot of these kids, their race cars now look better than mine ever did when I was racing as an adult. That's usually because I ran into a bunch of stuff, though.
Well, we don't have a wall in 1 and 2 or a wall in 1 and 3.
Yeah.
So that might help.
Yeah.
It's always interesting to see how the placement of walls affect the racing at different racetracks. Like I said, my home track, Arklejek Speedway, we have the front straightaway wall, and that's pretty much it. There's no wall in the turns, and there is a back straightaway wall, but it's about 50 feet from the racing surface.
Oh, wow.
So people slide off all the time.
Yep. Devil's Bowl with the big wall all the way down the front straightaway. It's always a little deceiving. The track is so big and so fast, but that front straightaway, especially during the 600, is really kind of congested right there. There's no escape route. Anytime, when we used to race a lot of enduros, and you always want to leave yourself an out. If something happened, I'm going to be able to get up here or get down there. That front straightaway gives you nowhere to get out at the Devil's Bowl.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
Back to the green flag. Here we go with Bowser Jr. I feel like I'm making a Mario reference every time I say that. Bowser Jr. in control. Here comes Colton Absher. Out of a cannon, the 7C of Absher, as Egbert goes side by side for third with Warren. At the line, it's still going to be Bowser over Absher. Egbert has third.
Absher going to work on the bottom side underneath the 730 of Bowser.
DJ's coming, Joe.
Here comes Pizzo, little Pizzo we call him. PJ going way to the top shelf. Gonna try to find that momentum and drive by him on the top side. Oh, we got one spinning to the
Borowski about taking out the sponsors as well as the track officials down there.
Watch out, Cornbread. Watch out, son.
Borowski doesn't like Smiley's racing products. As Egbert takes second away from Absher. See if he can chase down Bowser.
Oh, he's coming. Just like his papa.
Borowski going to join the Speedway again, trying to get a few more valuable laps and learning in here. And the finale of the Fall Classic. As Egbert slips up, but he's still got a good 14 laps to try to make it back up. Bowser leads, followed by Egbert. Third is Absher. Fourth,
beaten up Wyatt
Sexton. And Warren in the fifth spot.
PJ slipped up on the top shelf in 1 and 2. We got a slow one on the very top of 2.
Caution flag for Williams, who I did not see return. I saw him assisted off the hook. Unless I'm losing it a little bit.
Well, you have been hanging out with me for 2 days.
Or if I never had it. Can't lose what you never had.
That's true. Yeah, I don't know how he got back out there. Like you said, he went off on the hook. I'm very confused by those tactics.
There must be some really, really, really good pit crews for these guys, because there's about 4 of them that have left with flat tires and already returned.
Yeah.
As right here, the 18, Merritt had a flat. We just had the 59 there.
Yep.
Olivari, he had a flat, and he came back instantly. As well as whatever the issue was on Williams, they somehow fixed it. As we got 7 down, 13 more scheduled here for the Junior Limiteds.
Bones is listening. I believe he's in Colleen area. Let's see. Shelby Baker and Justin are listening in, watching. Jason Riddle from Box Springs. We got a few people out there.
Brian Bell watching from Keithville, Louisiana. That's my dad.
Oh, hello, Pops.
Don't know if he ever raced here at the Heart of Texas Speedway, but I know.
Did he race before?
Yes.
What did he race?
He's flipped between asphalt and dirt. He used to race a mini stock back when that was a thing, and then was on the factory stock. Started running. With,
the Bombers.
Whatever you want, whatever they called them on asphalt. It was Thunder Stocks at Revolution Park in Louisiana. And I can't remember exactly what HQP called them. I think it was Pro Stocks or something like that.
Okay.
It's a Monte Carlo.
Yeah,
Put a windshield in it and a spoiler.
It's a metric car.
So here we go, going back to the green flag as Bowser Jr. continues to lead. Here comes PJ Egbert.
PJ that time was able to keep the car square underneath him. Ton of momentum.
It's going to get ambitious down here at 3 and 4.
No, PJ's going to check that.
As Absher spins off the front nose of the 75 of Warren. And Sasha going to readjust the infield tractor tire. She didn't like where it was placed.
That's Miss Hopalicious. Hopalicious.
She said it'd be better right here.
Oh. She also said.
And now we have another one spinning under yellow. Looks like we may have a few hot tippers here with the youngsters. As the tip machine gets spun around, that is Brady Garrick spun around by the 17 under caution, it looked like. That's the 17 of Zachary Manthe. 10 coming back down this front straightaway, and he looks quite irritated. As the left side door of that 17 all the way pushed up.
Robert?
I think I just caught the back end of it, but well.
I didn't even see it.
We'll see how this goes. And he's going to go around all of them, so he may be upset with someone else.
Well, hopefully he's...
And nearly colliding, merging.
Maybe we should put turn signals on them next year. Robert and Joey Black, they're out camping.
And looks like Warren will be charged with the caution as Absher spun off the front bumper of the 75, it looked like.
I thought he was pretty close there.
Not sure what y'all's rules here are here typically, but it looks like Absher going to be sent to the MAC as well.
So it's all involved.
Okay.
So if you're stopped under caution, you have to go to the back. Even if it was flagrant,
I see.
You have to go to the back. And then if you cause that to happen, then you have to go to the back as well.
All right.
Now, I do believe that, say...
switch it up.
Yes. So. And I do believe, though, like say Absher broke and wasn't able to continue, then Warren would be also sent off and unable to continue. So if they can still race, and you can still race. Most of the time.
Not exactly the formation we're looking for the restart.
We don't worry about it too much.
The top 5 are good, so here we go. Green flag waves. And we got a few cars that are just hanging on.
It's like the end of the Enduro.
As now the 17 will make his way towards the infield. That's Manthe, and we got the 18 of Pruitt facing Merritt facing the wrong way. And the Speed Secrets number 18. And that will bring out another caution here in the Junior Limiteds.
We might be, man, it would be a shame to go single file. The racing up front is so good.
We are 15 minutes into this one, so we are approaching the 20-minute time limit.
There.
And it'd be a dang shame because PJ's coming. 9th to 2nd. PJ Egbert may have the best car on the track, but we can't stay green long enough to find out.
Although, Bowser's done a heck of a job. He has not missed his mark. He's been consistent. That's all we ask for these kiddos, you know, is be consistent and hit your marks. And Bowser's done that. Good job by Jeff.
So the car on the outside of the second row is very beat up. That is the 89 machine of Sexton. He got caught up in 2 different things that weren't his problem. Looks like that car spreading wings there, sitting in the 3rd spot.
We're probably going to need a body by the end of the week, or night, or next 12 laps.
Sexton started in the 7th spot, has worked his way up to 3rd. As Egbert's worked his way 9th to 2nd. And these guys competing for a Hard Charger Award, $20.
Billy Williams.
Not a ton, but these guys will take it. You know, I mean,
that'll buy a lot of bubble gum.
It takes a lot. It takes a lot of sponsors to be able to race. Every little bit helps these guys get out here. Like, for example, Absher drove all the way to Rocket Raceway Park on a night that I announced. He raced here the night before. Drove up there and camped. And slept in the pits. And it's all about getting the experience for these youngsters.
He just, I believe he drove in the Enduro race as well. Did really
600
well.
laps.
Yeah.
That's a good plan. As Merritt on the inside of the speedway, looks like he's going to try to merge back into the field.
That's where those turn signals will come in handy. Here we go. Wyatt Sexton holding on. That 3rd position, flapping in the wind and all.
Here we go. Bowser going to lead us back to the green. Contact from Egbert. Egbert has adjusted his line, I should say. He was running the top. Now he's trying to work the bottom. Here's a big run from the 10 down the back straightaway. Brady Garrick, excuse me. And he's going to take the 4th spot away from the 10, the other 10. That's Colton Birmingham.
PJ, once again, way up on the very top shelf, got a little out of shape. If he can keep that car straight getting on entry, you can see Bowser now starting to push the nose a little bit tight through the middle and coming off. PJ might have had a chance right there to get by him, but he had lost all that momentum up on the top side of the turn before.
Look at this, Colton Absher already back up to 6th after going to the back just a few laps ago. As Because that kid's definitely been impressive here this year. As Bowser continues to lead, followed by Egbert. Third is the 89 of Sexton. Garrett rides fourth. Birmingham rounds out your top 5 as he's trying to hold off Hampshire. Egbert gets 2, and he's going to go over the edge of turn number 4. And he's going to put it in reverse. And now the caution comes, but I think the youngster was trying to keep us under green.
Yeah. Jumping JP Dow just got home. He said he's listening in. He says, go Little P, and then Little P spins out. JP, you jinxed him, buddy. I won't tell him, though. Got to give it to the kid for trying. He tried to go somewhere nobody else was.
Well, here's an interesting shout-out.
Uh-oh.
Very interesting. Kind of obscure. Shout out from Corey Grigsby, the brother of Derek Grigsby, watching from Marshall, Texas. Know who Derek Grigsby is?
I do not.
He is the 2022 Louisiana State Dirt Track Champion at the Boot Hill Speedway.
Oh.
One of the best limited modified drivers in the country. And he's the Grigsby name very, very famous over at the Boot Hill Speedway in the Arkansas, Texas area, as well as a little bit over at Lone Star. He's won quite a good bit over there as well. So younger brother Corey didn't race for quite a while and made a return last year. And Corey, we want to see you back. But Derek always has really good looking race cars, but Corey's 99 sometimes beats him out. Just plain white and black, and they can make it look really good.
20 minutes is up. We'll be getting a green and a white and a checker this time by, I do believe. Well, not this time by. We'll get the green. The next time we'll get the white. Next time we'll get the checker.
Nice.
I believe that's how this is going to shake out. We'll see. I've been wrong once.
Looked like Bowser might have spun the tires just a little bit there, but so did Sexton, so did Garrett. As here comes Hampshire to the outside of Birmingham. One into the wall hard. PJ Egbert into the wall and turn number 2. And he's just going to stay on the gas.
Well, just get it off the racetrack.
Green flag is still out, but we got emergency lights on in the pits, and they'll go out. And now we have 4 cars all combined down in the bottom of turn number 4, I should say, as the caution will wave. As PJ Egbert sailed really fast off the top of turn number 2, hit that wall pretty good.
Yeah, I was
went straight off into the pits.
I was watching that. I totally missed what happened down here, but
got
Pizzo
quite
said
a few cars involved down here.
Pizzo said, "I'll just take it to the pits now, guys. I tried."
So Gunnar Garrett involved, as well as the 420 of Sasha
Hopalicious.
And the 7L, the IRP race car of Davis Lemister. And we'll go for another attempt at the green light checkered restart here. You are absolutely welcome, Corey. Thanks for enjoying the action here at the Heart of Texas Speedway. I'm telling you, Joe, I thought my announcement was done for the year, so your invitation yesterday was very welcome.
Well,
this wasn't a track I really expected to ever get to announce
I
at.
promise you, everybody listening is glad you're here too, because it gets boring and tiring with just me. Because I'm pretty terrible, but I have fun. We always have a good time here in Heart of Texas.
Your own biggest hater, huh?
Oh, everybody, they ask me, you gone back? I have never listened to one of my broadcasts ever. I've done this, 4 or 5 years now. I've never once listened to a broadcast of mine, or I don't even have a Race on Texas access. So,
gasp.
I know.
Yeah, I went back and watched a few of my first ones, just trying to get better, and I absolutely hated the sound of my voice. I was like, that is not me. I don't sound that country, but I do.
Yeah.
Got a few different, I guess, inflections of my voice. I got the country version. I got my basketball version, a little bit more generic, and then a few other versions. Can't quite think of all of them right now.
Big Mike checking on the 1. I believe that's Garrett. Bosco Garrett here tonight. Got his brand new Sniper Speed car delivered. Looking forward to seeing that hot rod out next year. Just sold his other stock car, so brought the kiddo over.
So the 7L going to rejoin the field. That is Lemister right there in the IRP race car. Built by Jason Ingalls, who went 15th to 3rd in that modified race.
Yes.
Jason was telling me the other day he builds IRP race cars, limited modified and modifieds. He's got a brand new style of chassis for the IRP modified. It's the OS2. It's the brand new one there. He got quite a few variations there, but that's the newest one. And the 54 that Chase Allen put together today was another OS2 IRP race car.
Chase Allen, that guy can not only build a car, but he can wheel a car. I mean, just flat out amazing. I still think he's an idiot most of the time, but I'll tell him that because he's my buddy. But
yeah, I think he should have stayed married to the top side a little bit longer in that A, because he showed it to Jason.
Yes.
Jason got around him, and then Jason finished 2 spots ahead of him.
Yeah.
But
he might have roasted his tires by then too, you know. So.
Yeah. So we're gonna go for one more attempt at the green line checker. That's Bowser Jr. leads, Sexton's in second, Garrett has third. 2 laps to make something happen. Birmingham's 4th, Absher is 5th. Lights go out, and here we go.
Good patience by Absher, working his way back up through the field.
He's gonna get a great restart there.
Yeah, he is. They're gonna split it open for him. Gonna work through the middle of the racetrack is Absher, but Bowser's still gonna be out front by about 4 car lengths. Bowser, Sexton in that beat up machine.
White
followed by Brady Carey. Got one around, but we're going to keep it rolling.
Down the next straightaway one more time. Bowser Jr. leads them into 3 and 4. And he's going to take the win as we have simultaneous spins in turn number 4. But Bowser wins it. Sexton second. Third is Garrett. Fourth is Absher. Birmingham completes your top 5. Looky there. John White is also watching tonight on Race on Texas. We'll talk about that a little bit more once Joe gets back from this interview, since John tagged me and Joe on the Facebook. As Joe's going to go down and get an interview with your winner, Jeff Bowser Jr., the winner of the Junior Limiteds.
Jeff Bowser coming around into the winner's circle. Your Junior Limited feature A feature. Get him up on that race car. Get up on the top. All the way on the top. Bowser. Last race in the car, we're going to hand it down to the little brother, huh? A lot of excitement down here. Dude, you're going to have injuries. You're going to be injured. Jeff Bowser Jr., your Fall Classic winner in the Junior Limited. Man, that was awesome. Who all helped you get here tonight?
First of all, I want to thank the Lord above. If it weren't for him, none of this would be possible. I want to thank all my family, everybody who helped put the car together, fast race car, and a great family to support it.
Well, awesome job. We're happy to see you here tonight. Sign this cap. We're going to give it what's the last one we got tonight. Sign that. We're going to be giving away. Y'all hold on to this cap. Who knows where this kid might end up being someday. Awesome job. I know. Awesome job, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Jeff Bowser Jr., your junior limited winner. Wyatt Sexton pulling out the racetrack in that beat up 89 machine.
All right, race fans, so we're working down to it. This is the first of the final 2A mains tonight. These are the IMCA stock cars as they will battle for 20 laps, $2,000 to win. As Joe has said, this is his favorite class, and this is definitely one of my favorite, as they're practically a modified and a stock car body lifting the left front off of the Speedway more often than not. And we got the trio of Abbey brothers in this one, so that should be interesting to watch, along with Blake Clark. He won one of the qualifiers last night. He won qualifier number 2. Dean Abbey won qualifier number 1. So it looks like Dean redrew the 2 and Blake Clark redrew the 3. So here is the starting lineup for your IMCA stock cars. On the pole in the CRS suspension number 12 out of Comanche, Texas, it's Weston Abbey, and his outside, his older brother out of Boyd, Texas, the American Crate Late Model Series champion of 2022, the CRS suspension sniper speed number 26 of Dean Abbey. Inside of row number 2. In the CRS suspension, stealth oil well service number 88. That's Blake Clark out of Joshua, Texas, and his outside, Jason Batt in the 9. Inside of row number 2, it's going to be the 81. Excuse me, row number 3 is the 81 of Chris Gallen, and to his outside, PJ Egbert in 187. Inside of row number 4, out of Waco, Texas, it's going to be the 114 of Thomas Hall Jr., and to his outside, Dustin Mooney in the 21. Inside of row number 5, winner of the last chance qualifier number 1, it's the 116 of Damon Hammond. And to his outside, the Muirhead Motorsports CRS suspension number 25 of Gregory Muirhead. Inside of row number 6, it's Tim Carmen in the 107, and to his outside, in the RaceOnTexas.com CRS suspension number 37, it's Jeffrey Abbey. The Stephenville starter sponsor number 07D, that's Dennis Bissonette, to his outside. In the Powers Race Car Diamond Pool sponsor number P74, it's Flying Ryan Powers. Inside of row number 8, it's going to be the 13G of David Good Jr., and to his outside, the KR Promotions sponsored number 5H of Lance Hansen Jr. Inside of row 9, the 20T of Thomas Hall, to his outside, Anthony Oatkin in the 498. Chris Birmingham in C3, Jimmy Hetherington in 21X, Andy Roller in the 63, Bryce Burden in 17X. And the final row, Jeff Whitehead in the 98, and to his outside, Chase Neal in the 416. 24 cars ready to battle for 20 laps, $2,000 to win here for the IMCA stock cars here on the finale of the 25th annual Fall Classic here at the Heart of Texas Speedway. So Joe, while you were headed down for the interview, we got tagged in a Facebook comment. John White says we definitely make a good, said, I make you a good announcer, I guess. He says y'all make a good team.
Oh, wonderful.
I've been trying to get John to race with our big blocks all year, but Jimmy McComas owned that car, and Jimmy flipped in the swing last year, so I've been rebuilding that car all year.
Oh, no.
So here we go. Weston Abbey and big brother Dean on the outside getting us started in the IMCA stock cars. Green flag waves.
Weston on the bottom side, Dino up on the top side. Dean gonna pinch him down a little bit. Weston got a lot of drive in the left rear. Gonna pull the left front all the way down the back straightaway. It's gonna be Weston on the bottom side, Dino on the top side. Dean gonna clear Weston now. Here comes Jason Batt in the 9 machine. Talked to Jason in the pits a little earlier. Since he flipped last week at Batesville, he said his car's been junk. That was his exact words. My car's junk. Can't figure it out, but Seems to be doing a little better now. Maybe he found something today. That was earlier today when he told me that.
The brothers putting on a show out front. Dean and Weston side by side once again down the back straightaway. Matt has third, fourth is Clark, fifth is Egbert. Weston on the inside, Dean trying to hold him on the bottom side of the speedway. At the line, it's still Dean. 0.075 separating the brothers.
Weston's car was a little bit tight. You can see him getting through 3 and 4. He was having to lift in gas and he hit the brake to make the car rotate and turn, and that's just not the fastest way, but he is able to make it work anyways. It's still Dean Abbey up front, followed by Weston, followed by Jason Batt, Blake Clark on the bottom side.
So you got big brother Dean Abbey on the out front. The youngest brother, Weston, sits in the second spot, and the middle brother, Jeffrey, works his way up to 7th. As here comes the 37. He was leading the qualifier last night until he broke under caution.
That's what I was
going to go to the
say.
top side of the speedway. He'll look to the outside of Gallup, trying to take the 6th spot down the back straightaway. Here comes Jeffrey Abbey. Jeffrey Abbey on the Race on Texas sponsored CRS suspension. Got a shock empire, and he's only 24 years old.
Jeffrey Abbey now work on the outside of Gallion. Way up on the top shelf. Started deep. Had to start last in the the last chance qualifier. Made his way up to the front. Had to start deep tonight, and now he's up towards the front again. Started 12th and up in that 6th position now.
So Weston's hanging with Dean as here comes PJ Egbert as he's working to the outside of Aaron Matt. As Abbey and Gallup go side by side once again as they try to chase down Clark for the 5th and final spot of the top 5 as Muirhead slows in the top of 3 and 4.
Going to see if we can get that car down across the racetrack or off the racetrack to keep it clean and green.
And Matt just spun it down the back straightaway. Completely by himself, the 9 loops it. Flat right front for the 25 of Muirhead, and that may bail him out. He may be able to head to the pits and change that tire. As Matt just spun down the back straightaway. That moves Jeffrey to 4th. Again, as they try to chase down Clark and final spot of the top 5 as Muirhead slows in the top of 3 and 4. Stock car.
Well,
so after looking at the replay there, PJ Egbert had a big run on the outside, and Batt went to the top side right as Egbert went by. And it looked like Batt's right front caught Egbert's left rear, and it kind of spun him in a forward motion. So it looked just like he didn't quite know there was someone up there.
Yep. So a racing deal.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm assuming Batt knew it was broken up. At first I was thinking he got out of the car because he was mad, but so I got a little bit of audio squeaking. So assuming Batt was getting out of the car because he was upset, but perhaps he's just helping the wrecker crew. And it looks like he's headed to the infield, and that will end his night. As a very strong competitor there, Jason Batt, and the 9 machine. So we got tagged in something else. Jesse Hooten is watching on Race on Texas.
Brandy Davis sends us her love. Out of, well, not real sure where she, Ennis, from Ennis, Texas. So, love hearing from people. Jason Batt has a confused look on his face. These cars are really getting around this racetrack. They are flat moving.
So
Dean Abbey out front.
8 laps down, 12 to go as we're going back to the green this time. So Dean Abbey leads it. Weston is in second. Here comes the Stealth Oil Well service, number 88 of Blake Clark to the outside. As all 3 Abbey brothers on the inside of the Speedway now. As it looks like either Egbert had to go change a tire or we got sent to the rear. We didn't quite see what happened there, but PJ Egbert now at the rear of the field.
Weston Abbey showing a lot of smoke out of the left rear of that machine. Watch it when he gets into the corner, all the smoke coming out of the left rear of the 12.
As Jeffrey looks to take the 3rd spot away from Blake Clark, and now it's an Abbey top 3.
Abbey, and an Abbey. Dean, Weston, Jeffrey closing that gap now.
Here comes Weston. He's going to pound on the back door of Dean. As the 3 brothers said, it's been years since they all raced in the same division together. I tried to get an interview with them earlier, but the driver's meeting done interrupted my time. So
you know, there's a 4th one.
Absolutely. Here comes Jeffrey to the inside of Weston.
Jeffrey with that right front buried down in the track just like it always is. Looks like a modified run around that racetrack. A little more smoke coming out of the backside of the 12 machine.
Weston keeps opening the bottom side of the Speedway, but not quite enough for Jeffrey to throw it in there.
Weston had a run right there, and Jeffrey had a run, and Weston let it drift right up in front of him.
And he opens up the door. Here we go. Dean still has the lead. Weston still second. Jeffrey's 3rd. Blake Clark is 4th. And Chris Gallup rounds out your top 5.
Jeffrey going to give him a little love tap. Says, hey, I'm right here, bro.
Now they can tear each other up. They'll fix it together.
Yeah.
We may have an Abbey 3 wide here in a second as the track seems to be coming in. The top side, Weston's in the middle and Dean's on the bottom. Stair-step formation coming out of turn 4. Jeffrey getting the top side momentum all over the back bumper, a little brother.
Jeffrey keeps giving the 12 the back bumper. The 12 just says, okay, I'll go faster and pass Dean on the outside. Well, here's your 3 wide you were looking for.
As we got 3 laps to go this time by. Can Jeffrey get there and make it a true 3 wide? An absolute showcase from the IMCA stock cars, and we got a mile up on the front straightaway. Gonna ruin an absolute show, but I'm sure these 3 got way more to show as Abbey Jeffrey knocked off his front nose getting into Weston, it looked like. As I believe that is the 416 of Chase Neal, the 116 of Damon Hammond. And can't quite tell who the car on the inside of him is. They are stuck. And that's Chase Neal. So the 116 and the 416 end up stuck together on the front straightaway. So the caution on the front straightaway gonna interrupt our 3-way battle for the lead as Dean Abbey still has the race lead. Dean's the older brother of these 3. Dean 31 years old. Right behind him Weston's 22 and Jeffrey sitting at 24 years old. As I said earlier, Dean Abbey is the 2022 champion of the American Crate Late Model Series. It's put on by Cody Daniel. And Dean won just about every race in that series as far as I know. I know Caden Honeycutt won a few of them.
Who has the in-car camera in this race?
Don't know if
I would hope the 37. That would be cool. I tell you what, the 37 has been given the bumper to the 12. Not enough to wreck them, but definitely enough to let them know where they're at.
Tony says we don't have one in this race, but actually, I got someone who's charged a little harder, I believe, if I look at the lineups right. Dennis Bissonette started 13th. He's in 7th. So not quite as many spots as Jeffrey's made up.
Yeah.
So 3 laps to go. Here we go. A trio of Abby's going to lead us back to the green.
What a race we had. Weston had just made that pass on the 26 of Dino. Weston's car smoking more. Gonna get 2 to go next time, I believe.
Coming to 2 to go this time as Dean spins the tires. Here comes Jeffrey to the inside of Weston. At the line, Weston still has second.
Dean Abbey trying to make that 26 car as wide as he possibly can.
Jeffrey pushed, and that may be the final straw, but Weston gets a giant run down the back straightaway. White flag in the air. 1 more lap to settle it between the trio of Abbey brothers. Weston on the top, gonna look for a run down the back straightaway. He might have to go to the top once again in 3 and 4, but he's gonna dive down. Ball in line behind him, and Dean's gonna win it.
No, sir. Caution, caution, caution.
Oh, snap.
5H Hansen. Dead in the water.
Please bear with us as we're working through a little bit of audio issue. Got a bit of squeaking in the sound system.
I just said that we were working on a sound issue.
19 down. Should be getting a green-white checkered. Dean, Abbey, Dino out front.
So that caution may just bail out the 37 of Jeffrey Abbey, who had pretty much lost himself the opportunity when he pushed over in turn 2 with a lap and a half to go. The caution flag gonna give him another shot here, as we'll have a green-white checker.
See if the Abbey boys can still keep it 1, 2, 3 here at the 25th Annual Fall Classic. Cleanup crew still working on the track, gonna pull off Hansen.
We will have one more A-main after this one tonight. That will be the factory stocks, and that will conclude the racing action here from the 25th Annual Fall Classic at the Heart of Texas Speedway. Again, $2,000 to win this one, and $2,000 to win the factory stocks right after this. And then we will be concluded with this weekend's racing action here at the Hot Speedway.
Not only this weekend's racing action, but the 2022 season.
Well, that's kind of sad now.
It is, huh? It's deer season at that point. Here we go.
Good restart from Jeffrey as he works to the inside of Weston here on a windy Waco night. Down the back straightaway, Dean still has the advantage. Weston trying to work the outside. Jeffrey still in the tire tracks on the inside. White flag waves.
It is all Dean all the time. He has had pressure. He has been passed once, but the caution wiped that out.
Weston might have something for him as here they come out of 4. Dean's going to win it at the line. Weston second, Jeffrey's third. Gallum steals fourth away, and Clark is your top 5 here in the IMCA stock cars. An absolute show there from the trio of Abbeys, Dean, Weston, and Jeffrey as they run 1, 2, 3 here in the Fall Classic, the 25th annual.
Dean, Abby, working on getting out of that race car. Almost out. Dean Abbey, driver of the 26 machine, your Fall Classic winner for the stock cars. Y'all give it up. If you didn't like that race, you probably should find another hobby. What an amazing race between the 3 Abbeys. I don't know if we had a racetrack or a family reunion down here. Dino, they didn't cut you any slack, buddy.
No, I didn't expect them to. You know, I rolled Weston there in the middle, well, middle to the bottom on the first couple of laps, and I kind of moved down and got complacent, and about laps, I guess it was like 17, he got out there outside of me, and I was a setting duck without that caution. He had me dead to rights. But I mean, I'm glad as a Abbey 1, 2, 3. It's been a long time since we all raced together and ran 1, 2, 3 regardless of the order. You know, it's a great deal for us. You know, I wouldn't be able to do this without Sniper Speed. You know, they built this car for me to drive. Corey Lemron put the motor in this thing for me to drive. Jeffrey, CRS, they gave me shocks for this thing. Everybody who's a part of this team who's put stuff into this car, you know, dynamic drive lines, victory signs, everybody who's a part of this thing, CRS suspensions, I mean, Lemron Motorsports, I mean, they built me a heck of a motor. It's almost too much motor for this track, so it was good. The Sniper Speed, you know, my family, my little boy, he's been with me all weekend. He's already in the car. He's ready to race himself. So thanks, everybody, for everything. Thanks to my wife and the racetrack. We appreciate it.
Good job, buddy. It was an impressive run. Dean Abbey, your Fall Classic winner for your IMCA stock cars.
All right, race fans, it is time for the final race of the 2022 season here at the Heart of Texas Speedway, and time to conclude the 25th annual Fall Classic here at the Heart of Texas Speedway with a $2,000 to win factory stock race. 24 cars ready to put the Heart of Texas Speedway to the test once again. So on the pole of the factory stock A main, in the KR Promotions number 54K, that's Melvin Kemp Jr. out of Waco, Texas. To his outside, the Parker Lee Project Insulin Chassis number 10. It's Nate Dixon out of Ennis, Texas. Inside of row number 2 out of Cut and Shoot, Texas. In the John Lita Farms Brian Cook Trucks Death Chassis named Roxy. It's Dalton Faulkner. And to his outside out of Ardmore, Oklahoma, it's going to be the 22K of Cody Boatwright. Inside of row number 3, the 151K out of Mansfield, Texas, that's Tommy Williams. And to his outside, the Insulin Chassis number 40 of Michael Bowles. Inside of row number 4, it's going to be the 37 of James Schoenrock out of West Texas. And to his outside, Cameron Cook in the big-bodied 04. Inside of row number 5, it's going to be Taylor Rollison in the 8 machine out of Midlothian, Texas. And to his outside, Eddie Gramila in the 111.
Row number 6 at 66, Johnny Torres on the inside and the outside to 01 of John Grove. Row number 7 to 55R, that's Rusty Head, and the outside to R12, that's Flying Ryan Powers. Inside, row number 8 to 88 of Corey Teckle, and the outside to 1st of Kevin Smith. Inside, row number 9, the 110 of James Hoffman, and the outside to 56 of Paul White. Inside, row number 10, a 00M, Bobby McCool, and the outside to 48 of Mike Land. Inside, row number 11, a 5M, a Dustin Mooney, and the outside to 15K of Kevin Batterby. Shotgun on the field, the 28M, Junior McCall, and the outside to 494, Dylan Kidwell. All right, buddy, I'm going to ask you, who's your winner?
Ooh.
Come on, these are the cars from your neck of the woods. You should know them all.
Not all of these guys
well, maybe
travel
not
to my
know
track.
them all, but
really,
yeah.
only about 3 or 4 of these guys come to my area. So I'd probably irritate one of them if I picked them. So I'm going to go Tommy Williams Jr. because he doesn't come to my area, and I kind of wish he would.
Yeah,
As the Race on Texas in-car camera will be on the 5 of Dustin Mooney for this feature, starting from 21st.
Way back. I'm going to pick the old 27 of Dalton Faulkner. If he can stay out of trouble, I bet he's going to be a contender. In old Roxy.
Absolutely, Dalton was one of the fastest cars here last night. Won his A qualifier by about 6 seconds, excuse me. As we're getting ready for the final A main, $2,000 to win for the factory stocks here to conclude the 2022 racing season here at Heart of Texas Speedway.
Bombers are on the track, and here we go. The lights are going to go out this time by 20 laps, $2,000. Your factory stocks here at the 25th Annual Fall Classic.
Melvin Kemp Jr. and Nate Dixon lead us to green, and we are underway for the final race of the season. Kemp gonna try to slide up, and now he diamonds to the bottom side of the speedway. Dixon hits the cushion, and he's gonna ride off the top of turns 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway, door to door for the race lead.
Gonna have a little bit of contact between the 54 of Melvin Kemp and Nate Dixon in a 10. All clean and all green, knowing it's gonna be Dixon up on the top shelf by about a hinder.
0.015 seconds separate them after 1 lap.
Pretty close.
So Nate Dixon's got multiple wins here at the Heart of Texas Speedway this year. Has a few over the Big O as here comes Kemp. They're going to go 4 wide for the race lead down the front straightaway.
Whew. I'm not sure how all that worked out, but it did. Let's keep it going.
As we have one spot in 3 and 4, and that will bring out the first caution of this one. That is Corey Teckle. As they went 4 wide for the lead.
I thought it was going to get a little dicey
Dixon,
right there.
Kemp, Boatwright, and Faulkner.
Yep.
As there's definitely plenty of places for them to go here in the factory stocks. What do you think? With a different tire, it made them 5 wide?
So, since we have a little downtime, what do you think about the whole rule change thing? Some tracks are now going to start letting them run a 500 tire or a G60 tire, I believe. I don't keep up with their rules as close as I do, say, the stock cars, because I like the stock cars more. But certain people are saying that may kill the class or hurt it. Other people are saying, no, this is the best thing for the class. What's your thoughts?
I don't know. I really like the stock cars. I want them to come over to Louisiana. And as far as hurting the car count, I don't know about that. We had 84 factory stocks last week at Arcotech Speedway for $5,000 to win. And on a weekly basis, we have 40 plus. So I'm not really too concerned about the car count for that class. I think if we have stock cars and factory stocks, we can have about 30 each. or
Right.
25 to 30 each week, and put on some really good racing for the stock car for guys who want to go a little bit faster and spend a little bit more money, and factory for the guys who don't. But
let's
like
be
I was telling
honest.
someone in the pits earlier today, there's going to be plenty of guys who want to run both.
And let's be honest, they are spending as much money on some of these factory stocks as they are on the stock cars.
Absolutely. 30,000 to 35,000.
Yep. You know, a really good stock car engine from, say, Mid-State Machine, you know, you're going to be in the mid-8s to even $9,000. And I see factory stock engines with a non-forged piston, not just...
Big jump out of the 8 of Taylor Rollison, as it's not going to work for him as Schoenrock gets back around. And we're back underway. Here comes Faulkner right in the tire tracks of Dixon. He's going to follow him to the race lead. Follow him into second, I should say, as Kemp right in the bottom. Bowles on the top trying to follow Faulkner and Dixon as they nearly go 3 wide as Kemp fades just a little bit on the bottom. Here comes Cameron Cook. He's already into the top 5.
Faulkner going to run up on the top shelf, and he's going to diamond it and try to drive it down the hill and get underneath Dixon. Now down on the bottom side is going to be Dalton Faulkner.
Here comes Faulkner to the inside of Dixon. Can't make a move yet as we got a pile up in turn number 3. Hoffman, McCall, and Batterby all collide over there in turn number 3. 4 laps down, 16 to go. So like I was saying, Nate Dixon, a multi-time winner this year. Right behind him, Dalton Faulkner hasn't quite had the year that he had last year in the 2021 season. He won the 17th annual Cajun Classic at the Arclotech Speedway. He won the Super B 75, won $15,000 over there in Chatham, Louisiana. And he won just about every giant factory stock race there was in 2021. As he sits in the second spot now, trying to win himself another Fall Classic here in the 25th version. I believe he told me in the pits yesterday that he won the 2019, so it would have been the 22nd Fall Classic. So he hadn't been here in a few years. So Faulkner trying to roll in and roll out with $2,000. As Michael Bowles sits in the third spot, he's won multiple races at the Big O Speedway as well this year. I believe he's won quite a few here as well at the Heart of Texas Speedway. Bowles another one that really fast over here. He hasn't really made the trip over to Louisiana to see me in my area. Would like to see him a bit more often, as well as Cameron Cook used to come over along with Jason Cook. Haven't seen them in a while. As Johnny Torres made the trip this time, so that was good to see him and Aaron Alexander. Get a few Texas guys every time we have our big shows, but always would like to see a few more of the Dallas area guys. Ryan Powers came to Boot Hill Speedway for the King of the Hill, $10,000 to win factory stock race at Boot Hill Speedway. As we got 4 down, 16 to go here in the factory stocks, the final race of the season here at the Heart of Texas Speedway. As the lights are gonna go dark here in just a minute. Looks like it'll be next time by. And we'll go back to the green flag here in the factory stock A main.
Tony Fetters trying to help us get our technical difficulties underway, but I don't hear the crackling of the speaker anymore out there, so I don't hear the feedback. So hopefully it's better.
Better knock on the wood down there.
Yeah, knock on.
Jinxing us now.
That's like saying, oh, we just really need a caution.
Hey, it worked.
It did.
I mean, it didn't necessarily produce a 3-wide photo finish, but added a little bit of interest.
Yeah.
So. We continue to circle. Maybe working out some issues with the lineup, perhaps giving someone some courtesy time in the hot pit. But now we are getting the 1 to go signal, and Dixon Italy is back to the green, followed by Faulkner, Bowles, Kemp, and Cook.
Once again, want to thank everybody watching at home, everybody here in the stands. Final feature race of the year here at Heart of Texas Speedway. We'll be back in February for the Enduro, and then we'll also hopefully have the Lone Star Stock Car Tour.
So lights go out. Dixon going to lead us back to the green, and here we go. 16 more laps and a massive jump from McCool as he jumped about 4 rows right there in the 00M.
Well, once that green flag and green light is on, you can go racing. I just don't know if the green flag and a green light was on.
Not sure about it as they nearly go 4 wide once again. As here comes Johnny Torres. He's working to the inside of Melvin Kemp for the 5th spot as Cody Boatwright works on the outside. Here comes Dalton Faulkner down the back straightaway, chasing down Nate Dixon. As Faulkner going to dime in the turn, they'll be side by side down the front straightaway. Dixon still has the lead. As Rollison went over the top of turn 4, rejoins the Speedway, will stay green.
I thought that was going to be a hard hit into the wall up there by the 8th machine. Able to get it under control and get back on the racetrack. It's going to be Nate Dixon in the 10, followed by Dalton Faulkner in the 27. Dalton Faulkner tried everything he could. I'm sure he has not given up yet.
So it's still Dixon out in control. Faulkner second, third is Bowles, fourth is Cook, fifth is Boatwright. As Torres and Kemp battle side by side for the 6th spot. Williams and Schoenrock battle for 8th and 9th. And Gramila has the 10th spot. Faulkner closing in, being patient on making his move on Nate Dixon as he's trying to grab a $2,000 to win victory.
Still going to be Nate Dixon up on the top, very top of 3 and 4. Dalton Faulkner following suit. It's going to be Nate Dixon, Dalton Faulkner, Michael Bowles, Cameron Cook now up in that 4th position.
Halfway down, 10 laps to go. As we got one stopping on the top of 4, and now he'll get going again just as the caution light comes on.
John DeGrove in the 01.
Well, Joe, 10 more laps to go here in the season at the Heart of Texas Speedway. And tell the race fans again what your plan is for next weekend.
Next weekend, I have no idea what I'm doing next weekend.
I thought you said Tom's Nationals were next week.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we'll be up in Oklahoma, Southern Oklahoma Speedway with the Tom's Nationals. I believe it's $4,000 to win for the modifieds, $500 to start. $4,000 to win, $500 to start for the Tom's racers, Southern Oklahoma Speedway. That will be our final Tom's race of the year.
Yep. So again, as the season winds down for most tracks, Devil's Bowl Speedway will be racing next weekend, Southern Oklahoma. And I'm sure there'll be a few others that I'm not quite as aware of. Maybe some southern Texas tracks.
Yeah, and you know, the South tracks, Edna and I-37 and South Texas Race Ranch, which is Corpus. I did see that they kind of put together a 3-race late model series down there. I'm not sure what their support classes are going to be. I looked at the flyer and it didn't really say, just that they had those dates. So Owen Pittman and those guys doing a good job down there. Ray Doyen at I-37. So little racing going on down south where it stays a little warmer than it does up here. Nate Dixon up on the top side.
Actually, now that I think about it, 105 will have their Halloween Havoc next week as well.
There you go. We just got to put our minds together and think about it. I forgot I was going to be in Oklahoma.
Here we go as they go 4 wide for the race lead once again. Dixon, Faulkner, Bowles, and Cook. As Cameron Cook working on the very bottom side of the speedway, he'll take third away from Bowles. Boatwright going to look to the inside for fourth.
Cook with that big body car making it roll through the middle of the turns. Very impressive run. Started in the 8th position, now up into the 3rd.
8 laps to go as Paul White starting to slip in the 56 machine. Not sure if something going awry with that one as they're 4 wide in the back. Problems for Rollison as here comes Faulkner to the inside once again. Still can't make the move. Got 8 of the fastest factory stocks in the South, all breaking away right now as Dixon and Faulkner out front, followed by Cook. Torres and Bowl side by side for 4th and 5th. And then you got Williams, Boatwright, and Kemp as the caution flag will wave for Rollison, who had problems in turn 2 and they persisted all the way through 3 and 4 to the front straightaway.
Faulkner had a very good run up coming out of 2, was able to close that gap and get right on the bumper of Nate Dixon, unable to make the pass, and then we had a caution come out. Faulkner may have figured out something there. He was quite a bit faster that lap than what I believe he had been the previous laps. So we'll keep an eye on him. Always a contender as a 27.
So 4 wide multiple times here in the race as the factory stock's putting on a showcase here at the Heart of Texas Speedway. Throw a little bit of money at them and they'll go 4 or 5 wide. Shoot, even when you don't throw money at them, they'll do it. As the factory stocks, one of the staples here in the South, something they don't have all over the country. It's multiple variations of stock car style cars, but the factory stocks are pretty unique to Louisiana and Texas. Some Arkansas and Oklahoma tracks run similar rules as well.
Started over by with Gene Boyder, I believe.
Exactly, my original boss, the guy who first let me behind a microphone.
Yeah.
The legend of Gene Boyder. Actually raced the Big Block Modified Series this year as well. Gene Boyder's driven just about everything.
Wow. All right, lights are going to go out. Cook down on the bottom. Let's see if Cook puts a little slider in there.
Good restart from Cameron Cook on the inside of the speedway. He's going to pull even with Dixon. Dixon's got the momentum. Dixon will stay ahead.
You just got to know at some time it's going to come to Haymaker, the old slider. But it's going to need a little more speed, a little more momentum to make that happen.
Cook takes the 2nd spot away from Faulkner at the line that time. As Cameron Cook trying to steal it away from Nate Dixon and Dalton Faulkner. As Faulkner going to diamond, they'll go 3 wide once again. 5 to go. 5 more laps here in the season at the Heart of Texas Speedway. $2,000 up for grabs, and they're 3 wide again. Dixon, Faulkner, and Cook.
Faulkner is able to turn the car and drive it down the hill and just can't keep enough momentum up to get by Dixon. They have tried everything in the book to get by Dixon and just unable to make it happen.
So 3.5 laps to go at the back, midpoint of the back straightaway. Dixon's out front. Faulkner's right there, and Faulkner gonna dive in the corner, see if he can get a run. Can't quite get what he's looking for this time. 3 to go. As here comes Johnny Torres. He's gonna try to throw his hat in the ring as he starts to battle with Cameron Cook for 3rd. As we have problems in turn 4, and the caution will come out, setting up a 4-lap dash to conclude the racing action here tonight. Excuse me, 3-lap dash.
Dustin Mooney in a 5 dead underwater.
So a few more big races coming up on the Race on Texas streaming platform. November 17th through 19th, Texana Raceway Park, and December 8th through the 10th, South Texas Race Ranch. Those will be some large shows featured on the raceontexas.com. As you can get your monthly subscription $39.99, and you get to choose which racetrack you want half of that to go to. So having a Race on Texas subscription not only lets you watch from your couch or wherever you want to watch from, it helps the racetrack and it helps the racers because the racetrack puts that money back into the purse.
As I was saying last night, a lot of times I used to go back and watch my videos, kind of see where I went wrong or what I messed up or where my competitors were doing really good, and try to steal some tricks. But it's a good learning tool. It's a tuning tool. Maybe you got a car that's not acting right, it's twitchy or it's darty. Go back and watch those races. $39.99 all access pass. Of course, we always tell you, pick Heart of Texas Speedway as your home track. That money does come back to the racetrack. And in like October, November, December, when we're not racing, we're not generating revenue, but we still got bills to pay, that helps to go towards that. We have never had that in the past. It's a really a good thing, and it helps all the racetracks out, not just Heart of Texas. So thanks to Race on Texas, everything they do. And we get to meet new people. Got to meet you, buddy.
Absolutely. So yeah,
Mike,
again, with the $39.99 pass per month, you get to watch every National Tour ASCS sprint car race, the 360 sprints, with some of the best drivers in the country. Wayne Johnson, I believe, was leading the points there. I'm not sure if he's still out front. Blake Hahn, another really strong competitor with them. One of your Oklahoma buddies there.
Yeah.
Dylan Westbrook, Sam Haferteep Jr. runs with them sometimes. So green flag, and Dixon's going to get a jump. Dixon gets a great start, but Cook might have got a better one. Nate Dixon, Cameron Cook, and Dalton Faulkner putting on a show here for the final laps of the 2022 season here at Heart of Texas Raceway.
Once again, Faulkner's going to try to diamond it and drive it down and make it 3 wide, but just nothing he can do with Nate Dixon in the 10. 2 flags in the air, 2 laps to go. That time by. We'll be coming in the white flag for Nate Dixon, and we're still 3 wide. Faulkner gets into the back of Dixon a little bit. Dixon out of shape. That's going to open the door for Cameron Cook.
Here we go. White flag waves. Dixon's the first to it. Cook is second. Third is Faulkner. Through 1 and 2 for the final time. Dixon on the top side of the speedway. Extends to about a car length advantage. What does Faulkner have? Here comes Faulkner to the inside. Gonna think about a slide job. He won't pull it off. Nate Dixon wins it. Faulkner second. Cameron Cook is third. Johnny Torres fourth, and Tommy Williams Jr. rounds out the top 5 and summarizes the 2022 season here at the Heart of Texas Speedway, and concludes the 25th annual Fall Classic here at Hot Speedway. Race fans, as you're heading out, we thank you so much for joining us here at the Heart of Texas Speedway for the 25th annual Fall Classic. As Joe heads down to get a word with our factory stock winner, the 10 of Nate Dixon. Thank you so much for supporting the Heart of Texas Speedway. My name's Colin Bell with RaceOnTexas.com. Been honored to be joining Mr. Joe Spillman up here. As if y'all can, give us a second, stick around for Nate's interview, as he's going to be pumped up here, winning $2,000 and the Fall Classic. But if you're heading out,
it really seems like with sport mods and so forth, it's top notch.
At the Heart of Texas Speedway.
Your factory stock winner, Nate Dixon, out of the race car. I'll tell you what, buddy, they didn't make it easy on you.
No, factory stock racing for big money is never easy. So, hey, when you're up here, be proud, and I am. So, hope surely it was a good race. I know from my point of view it was. So, thank y'all for staying out late and appreciate y'all, and I guess we'll see y'all next year.
Absolutely, buddy. Who all helped you get here tonight? Who's this little guy?
This is my son right here. Funny story. I won my daughter's birthday I won this year, and his birthday I won this year. So it's pretty special. We were joking about it on the way over here tonight, but full circle is pretty cool.
Awesome job. Great job. Impressive run. Nate Dixon in the 10. That's your factory stock winner. Once again, thank everybody for being here. That will conclude our Fall Classic and also our 2022 season. We'll be back here in February for the Enduro and the Lone Star Stock Car Tour, hopefully in March once we get those dates worked out. I'm Joe Spillman. Colin Bell. Everybody said.
It really seems like with sport mods and so forth, it's top-notch competition.
It is a different driving style there for the Derby. We talk to them all the time, all over the country. And
yes, great show coming up. Congratulations all the way.
Going home. See y'all next year.